Right. All right. Let's first we have a class coming out. Like a little class to do together. Let's do this. I need to get a link for it. Let's do that. There's a favorite website that I like to go to called Every Time Zone. Oh, wait, I'm not sharing my screen. 1 second. Here we go. Here we go. Got it. Every Time Zone. We can come here. Let's see. This is pretty cool. If you're ever trying to schedule something with people you don't know where their zone is, it allows you to pick the time in your local time, get this link, and then everybody can see it in their time zone, which is pretty cool. This is actually pretty cool. I think Russell showed me this. You can actually pay for an account and get some better stuff. A little bit. This has always been good enough for me, but anyway, so yeah, at noon roughly. Now, I unfortunately have been unwell Thursday and Friday. I'm feeling much better, but I didn't get as much stuff done. So, we're gonna have to spend some of the stream prepping for the class that I didn't get prepped for, which is my bad. I know. It is what it is. Let's get started. Okay. So the first thing we're going to do, and I'm going to try to do this without leaking a key. Probably going to leak the key, but that's okay. We'll make it specifically so we can revoke it. We're going to try to get dynamic DNS working with Cloudflare. And because if you notice, if you try to go to nullcloud.io right now, you get a whole lot of nothing. And this is because we no longer have that static IP address. So what we need to do is try to get our dynamic IP address using something called a DD client, which I've already installed. It's written in Perl. That hurt me a little bit. 1 second. I forgot to get chat up. How could I have done that? What are we learning today? Okay, so first thing we're doing is we're learning dynamic DNS. That's not really a learning thing. I suppose most people know what dynamic DNS is. Then we're going to, if we have time after that, we're going to jump into the null cloud and just running some tests on it. We got some deployment stuff, so we'll run some tests. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. And there's your automated, your AI created. So if it made something up funny about you, it knows you better than you do. Okay, so train of thought lost. That was I didn't have any music, so it was just that sound in my head, which got me lost train of thought. Okay, so we're gonna do the DNS, then we're gonna jump into the null cloud if we have time. Then we're gonna start prepping for the Rust class. So what we're starting this week is a basically code with me Rust class. I want to encourage everybody to actually do it themselves while we're doing it. I'm not actually going to actually make the code public because I don't want you just to copy the code. I want you to type it out. I want you to write it. I want you to follow along. So we're going to do this every Saturday for a while. And we're just going to learn different aspects of Rust while actually doing it. So in the end, we'll have like a gRPC service that we use, and a whole bunch of stuff that is really trying to be real world Rust. Followed up on that, we're going to do another little half-hour class on Kubernetes, which is meant to be just a really little, again, very practical, but also do it with me. I want you all to have a local Kubernetes cluster. Even if you don't use Kubernetes, it's a great learning experience. And so those are the two big things we're going to learn new today. I'm probably going to learn a bunch of new things while doing this with you all. I'm going to get a little music on while we're doing this first part. Let's see this. Hopefully this music isn't too loud. Feels about good. And then if people really like these, we'll do a different one after we've done Rust for a little while. What I'd love to do is make little YouTube videos out of these things. But yeah, then we're hopefully this fall we're gonna jump in and do some of the same ones with machine learning. But that's probably going to be the Rust and Kubernetes one. I very much can direct the learning. The Rust and Kubernetes ones are going to be like, join me, or the machine learning ones are going to be like, join me during the week as I figure out what we're going to do for Saturday. As I don't really know them that well. So yeah, let me get my, I forgot to get all my monitoring stuff up. I'm a little behind. I was not feeling well, and life caught up with me. Life caught up with me. All right. Cool. All right. So let's try to do some dynamic DNS with Cloudflare. I'm going to try to not leak this key. So there's going to be times of cone of silence. If we leak the key, it's not the end of the world. Let me text my... I don't have anybody to text. My son left his phone down here, and it's alarming because it can't reach him. You know what? I hate to do this to you all because I know we just started, but I have to go take his phone to him because it alarms if it can't sense him because it's a medical device. 1 second. All right, back. Sorry about that. Dane, how are you doing? All right. So I got DD client installed. I've actually never done this. I know what it is and how it works, but I've never actually done this myself. So what we're going to try to do this morning is this right here. Let's see. Ooh, I did start a new repository based off of what you guys have asked for. So I know that we do a lot of our learning in Obsidian here. And a lot of people have asked that these be public. And so what I did was I started a new Git repo to have as my vault called Live Learning. So we're going to put these things in there. So all of the notes and stuff that come out of these things, all the drawings, all the Excel draw drawings and stuff, should get checked in after each stream for this. So if you were one of the people wanting that, we should have a place where you can go. And if you use Obsidian, you should be able to view it with Obsidian as well. So yeah, Mohammed, it is morning for me. How are you doing? All right, I got started a little late. I've been under the weather. Yeah. That's why I didn't stream Thursday. I actually have an emergency stream to do, and now I'm like, is it too late to do? I don't know. I might do it tomorrow. I wanted to do a stream about Devin. I want to do a stream about Devin. And I don't have the time to do it right now. If I get time after the classes today, we'll do it. We'll do a live stream about Devin. Oh, that's garbage. 1 second. If you want to know why I'm doing this, this is actually using the SSH, which will use my SSH key. This used the originally I used the HT. I could have gone back and changed the remotes. It's just which is easier to change the remotes in Git or to just reclone the repository that has nothing in it. I thought it was to reclone. That's garbage. Let's see. So, yeah. This, we should be able to make an Obsidian. So let's do Obsidian, new vault. How do we do that? I've never used anything but the current vault. It's got to be in here somewhere. Let's see, vaults. Oh, right here. This right here. Open another vault. Vault name, live learning, location. Let's see. Is this a Rust learn? Yes, it will be Rust. What language framework do you typically do machine learning in? So I've been using PyTorch. I've been using PyTorch quite a bit. Yeah. It seems to be the best documented and easiest for me. Now, I know that that's probably a little bit different. Now, if you want to ask me which one I think is the best, that's a much harder that's a much more in-depth question about what you want to do, and I'm not even sure I'm qualified to even start to now my question is this going to create a vault? Let's just try this. I've never done this. Now my fear here is yeah, it made a live learning folder. That's kind of dumb. So today we're going to do a Rust and we're going to do a very, very light Kubernetes intro. Yeah. Yes. So at noon, let me post the link for you guys too. At noon my time, which is your time whenever this says it is. We're going to build a Rust app. It will be the first piece of code on this stream that's not open source, because I want to encourage you to write, to like actually do it along with me. And you don't even have to do the exact same thing. This is kind of dumb. I don't love this. I want to make the existing folder a vault. Maybe that's like open vault instead of create. Yeah, you know what? I should have done open vault. Well, let's just do that. This will be fine. Perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. All right. That's going to be perfect. Then we can just RM this live learning. We can RM. All right. Cool. All right. So now we can use our most fun. Oh, that's interesting. So all of our settings, all of our plugins per vault? I didn't realize that. I thought they were per client. Because this one is now all gross and white, and it's like the internet. Okay, so that's kind of something I did not expect. Let's really quickly fix this. We have a, what is it? This. And then I just want it to be not bright white on us. And then we need a plugin, right, to actually configure that, which is kind of a weird thing. Let's see. Plugins. Turn on community. And we need the style settings. I'm trying to fix the light stream. I am trying to fix this, okay? I didn't realize that the themes and all of that was vault dependent. I've only just started using Obsidian to try to track all this stuff with you all. So I didn't really realize that. So my bad. My bad. Okay, so now that we have that, we can go in there and style settings. We can do the no. Why isn't it changing? Why isn't it changing? That's changing that. One second. Yeah, we're using the theme. Why isn't it working? Oh. Maybe it needs a restart. Okay. Well, this is a disappointment. Well, we're trying to not flashbang everybody is all we're trying to do. Really, we're taking a slow stream because I had a rough week. So we're really going to try in the next hour is to get dynamic DNS working. And then we're going to prep for the null class that we're going to do at noon. So that will leave us a half an hour to do that. I'm trying to get this set up to not flashbang us like this every single time. So I don't have to do like a strobe effect warning on my live stream. Let's see. Why is this not working as I would expect it to? Let's actually just restart this. We'll see. We'll see if that works. You know, sometimes you just got to restart. This is work. I don't understand. I don't understand. Was there something I didn't? I don't have restricted mode on. All right, we're just gonna grab a random dark theme. Let's just do that. I know that you guys like the that theme, but we'll just grab a dark theme. We'll just grab this one. Oh, it also needs configured. All of them need configured. Telling you what. Let's see. You know, I'm wondering if I missed it. Like, I'm wondering if that wasn't the thing that I was supposed. This is like the accents. Maybe there was a. I feel like it was font styles, name and file headings, credits. Yeah, I feel like that is dark theme flavor. I feel like I'm missing something. This is also not a dark theme. What the garbage? Okay. I'm like, no, I don't want light themes. This one looks maybe good. Why is it not dark? Oh my gosh. What am I doing wrong? What am I doing wrong here? I have the style settings plugin. Restricted mode is off. I have that. What happens if this here? I have that selected off. Light themes only. In appearance. Oh. Is there a setting in appearance? Oh, I'm such an idiot. Oh. That hurts me. Okay. There we go. There we go. Thank you, chat. They hit it from it. Well, I thought that it would be in here because like this is like the different color themes of the dark theme, but like you select here in appearance whether you use the dark theme or not, and then you can edit the dark. Okay, I understand now. So is Obsidian good? You know what? I think it's going to be good for me because what we're doing here now, I'm going to be able to put all of the live learning notes that we do today here, and you can open them with Obsidian yourself for free. Like the client is free, so you can go and install Obsidian and use them yourself. So we're maybe going to go with the dark one here. I don't like the yellow. Definitely not that peach. It's more pink, but maybe we'll go with red. Definitely not red, but that's decent. Okay. So I think it's pretty good. I'm not gonna sit here and say that it's the best. I haven't tried all the options. I'm giving it this year. I'm giving them something like $5 a month because I would like to support what they're doing. But you don't need to. I mean, you're going to be able to view them in Markdown. They're just going to be Markdown files here in the Git repo. And so you can just view them in any Markdown viewer that you would like. But you can also open up you'll also be able to open up here. So, okay, cool. So I'm excited about that because I think that it will make it easier for people to leverage the notes and stuff. Because we also do more. So sometimes I'll do something like a system design little spiel or whatnot, and we can store them all here so you can come back and review them. Can you tell us about Obsidian? What would you like to know about Obsidian? You use Logsec? That's actually you're not the first person to say that. I think Russell, another person in our community, uses Logsec. So I don't know. Like I said, I might give this a try. I'm trying Obsidian this year, but I might try this, for a month next year as well, and we can see which one we like better. I've heard about this one. I actually have not used it. I love learning something new, but I also try to limit the number of things that I learn new because I don't know. I'm assuming, I don't know. I love learning new things, but I can also become really bad about learning something well and get just gut feelings like, oh, this is better because of X, Y, and Z. So I do like to learn things well as well. So that's why it's why I'm still using Vim. I know Visual Studio Code really well. I'm way faster with Visual Studio Code, but I'm taking my time to actually learn Vim. That's what we're doing. We're actually learning some stuff. So that's not me saying that this is bad. This might be really good. I don't know. I haven't tried it, but Logsec is in my queue of things to try at some point. Yeah, Obsidian is pretty flexible. I actually have started using it. I now have one for work that I start using. I used to just keep them in, I used to keep stuff for work in just random text files, which is they were markdown files, but anyways, it's been a really nice organizational tool for that. It's pretty flexible. I like that I can install Excalidraw in here and we can just make an Excalidraw drawing right beside some stuff. So this is pretty cool that we can just, have the drawing right beside something. That's pretty powerful and awesome. So yeah, there's things that I absolutely love about this. Where we can make some of these things and keep them right with the learning. So I plan on leverage. This is one of the plugins that I just clicked to install because I plan on leveraging this. Can we, I didn't ever check out their things. Can we make it start in dark mode? Because my goodness. Is there a start in dark mode? Oh, right. I didn't even appearance and behavior. There we go. Left hand mode. Sure, that's fine. Theme and styling. Match color. No, do not do this. I don't know what dynamic coloring is. Markdown. I just want. All right. So toggle on to follow Obsidian theme. This should be what we want. All right. Let's see how that does. All right, we want a new Excel drawing. Oh, beautiful. We're not getting flashbanged anymore. Nice. Nice. Yeah, so YouTube chat is less. There's less people chatting in YouTube chat. And I read it less as well. I do try to keep up with it. Muhammad, I do. But it is... There's just fewer people there. And the people that do join either talk about Fortnite or don't talk most of the time. I'm looking at you, RDJ Power. I know. You haven't brought up Fortnite yet. But you were thinking about it. Okay, cool. So. All right. Okay, so let's actually try to do this dynamic client. Now that we've got this done, we can delete that. That's not useful, and we'll work on the folder structure as we're going. This was some of the stuff that I should have had done beforehand, but didn't because I was under the weather. All right. What we're going to do is we're going to try to not leak my keys, and we're going to create a API token. And we're going to try to do it without leaking anything. So if you guys haven't created an API token, this is how it is. But if we leak this one, it will be fine because we can just delete it right here. So we're going to create a token. Actually, I wanted to show this because I love how Cloudflare does it. Not only do they have fine-grained token access, so you can create a token that has the access basically just to do the one thing that you want. You can you can start out with these templates. So you can do it the hard way and just craft it all by hand. But you can also do it the easy way. And we can just use this template to edit zone DNS, which I think is all we need, right? I'm not entirely sure. We're gonna find out though. So what we're going to do is we're going to do DNS here. Let's see. Is there not just... Okay. At the account level, user level. Yeah, okay. So I think this is all we need. The zone, DNS, and edit permission. We're going to allow all zones. Okay, so this is actually really cool. And if you have a static IP address, now if we had a static IP address, we wouldn't be trying to do what we were trying to do, but you could actually limit it to your cloud's IP addresses or your business enterprise A lot of offices have an IP address or something like that. And you'd be allowed to limit it, which is just another layer of security, which is really good. This is all we need to do, but this is all this is how you can finally craft one. You can do this, select different things, different types of resources you can manage, and then you can select the thing and the actual permission that they have. It's really easy. I absolutely love it. I'm going to put you guys in Cone of Silence mode for just a second, though, as well, I guess you guys can see the summary. The summary is just a summary. We're just allowing it to edit those. But okay, back to Cone of Silence. All right, we're going to create that token, and we're going to copy that, and we're going to put that in a place where I'm going to try not to leak it. There is absolutely no promises on that statement, but we'll see. Check it into Git so I don't lose it. I could put it in that learning one because we're learning about dynamic DNS, right? I could just check it in there. That's probably a good idea. Said no one ever. I was being sarcastic. I like to clarify when I'm talking about when I'm talking about security related things. That's a terrible idea, and I was joking. That's a terrible idea, and I was joking. Wait, why do some people have a crown? Because I don't know why they have a crown. I have no idea. All right. So now we have this. If that's all the right permissions, we can leverage that in our configuration, in our settings, and update based off of what our dynamic DNS is. Now, the other thing that I'm not sure if I'm going to show on stream, we'll see if I do this or not, is my IP address. Now, what people don't realize is my IP address hasn't actually changed since I got it. Just because they reserve the right to change your IP address doesn't mean that they change it all the time. Some do, some don't. Some change it randomly. It's really up to your carrier, your internet provider. Anyways, mine hasn't changed. I've been watching. So I think I'm gonna try to not leak it. So we'll see. We'll see if that works out for me. We'll see if that works out for me. It might not. So far we've done very well. All right, so let's I pulled up a DD client here. And it supports Cloudflare. Installation. I installed it through Pacman. Issues, trouble. I just want a quick start. Where's the quick start? All right, here's the configuration. Would it matter? What are you asking would it matter, Cypher? Sorry, I was reading. Yes. Wait. I wasn't even trying to go. I was just trying to do this. All right. Where were we? Where were we? All right, parsing arguments via the command line. There are 3 key pieces to configure about D. Routers. Where should DD client find your IP address? What DD client update when your IP address changes? Okay, yeah. So where to find it, where to find your IP address, who to use. Seems easy enough. What I think is we'll just run this for streams. Maybe we'll set it up on a cron job. Would it matter if my IP address leaked? In theory, no. Would it matter if my IP address leaked? IP address was leaked. No, I don't. In theory, it doesn't. There are things like you can try to DDoS me if you know my IP address. I don't think any one of you is going to. But in theory, that would probably be the biggest thing is like you could try to DDoS me because my internet pipe is probably fairly easy to. It's not like you're trying to DDoS a server. If you're DDoSing an individual and you have their IP address, that's actually fairly easy. You know, even with a gigabit internet service, DDoSing a gigabit isn't that hard. You need what, like $20 to DDoS me for an hour in AWS? If you wanted to. I think that's like the biggest worry, probably. No, I have a firewall. You can still DDoS through the firewall. I mean, the firewall takes time to reject stuff, right? So we can apply _env to the parameter. Cool. So they just do this password. I'm guessing my token is the password. I'm just gonna guess that the token is my password. We'll just go with that. I have a network in my house and do not have a firewall. Do you have a router? I bet you have a firewall. If you have a router, you probably have a firewall. It's probably not a good one, but you probably have one. I probably don't care about this. What is this protocol? What is the protocol? Is this like an actual protocol for updating it, or is this the one that you're trying to do? Oh yeah. I was gonna say I think it's cloud. Like this is the actual one that you're wanting to update, which would be Cloudflare. So yeah, your router provides for home routers. Your home router actually is 3 things in the enterprise. It's a router, it's a firewall, and it's a switch most of the time. When you get into your like bigger enterprise, like what you'd see in a data center, your router usually isn't a switch, and your switch isn't usually a router, and your firewall isn't usually part of them at all either. So in mine, since I plan on running the Null Cloud out of here, I actually have, I would say, prosumer. This is probably not what you'd find in your data center, but it'd probably be what you find in your small business, where I have a router and a firewall, and then my switches are separate from that, and my access point. Oh, a lot of times your router at home is also an access point, a wireless access point. Again, in my setup, you know, I have access points that connect to the switches, but they're not all the same piece of equipment. So I'm guessing I just typed Cloudflare here. I'm guessing. So we'll see. And then login would be my email. I guess I need to Cone of Silence so I don't leak my email. I actually have already before. You guys can send me you know, whatever it is that you send. All right, I'm just putting the password straight in there. And then the last thing is the host name, which is nullcloud.io. Nullcloud.io. I opened it up without sudo. 1 second. I got to go back and, you know, update that. Russell, it's good to see you. How are you doing? Russell, Merrick at DevNull. What are you at? What are you saying? How's your speed, your network is, and how much you pay for it? So I pay roughly $80 for mine. $80. Yeah, I pay roughly $80. Okay, so I opened this with sudo, which is what I should have done in the first place, and it's actually filled out nicely. So like there's actually, they have a section for Cloudflare, how to configure it for Cloudflare. This would have been useful the first time around, but I didn't do it the first time around. So the zone that we're going to do is nullcloud.io, not ID.io. The TTL, you know, I don't know that. I'm going to go in. We'll do these two in the Cone of Silence. And then let's see. These will be yeah, this will just be nullcloud.io, I think. Let's jump over here and check this out. I'm gonna Cone of Silence, as I'm not just gonna willy-nilly run through my Cloudflare really quickly. I think I can show you what I'm going to show you. I just don't want to willy-nilly do it because that scares me. Yeah, it's just called nullcloud.io. That's its name, but it's also the domain. Okay, so I think we're good there. I don't know. I'm not gonna show you guys that. That's okay. That's okay. All right, moving on. Oh, that was you lying about my email address. Thanks, Russell. Is it a lie? If you want to contact me, you can contact me in chat or on Discord, or there's a lot of places you can contact. You can contact me on Twitter. Let's see. I can just do that and then do nullcloud.io. That's all I want. All right. So that should be, I'm going to do these now in the cone of silence. I'm just going to do the password and my email address and, oh, wait. If you're using an API token, set it to token without double quotes. Wait, what do they mean here? This is either your global API key or API token. Oh, I just need to set this to token without the double quotes. Oh, okay. So I can show you guys this. Because we're doing it with the API key, I can just do, oh man, I forgot that dashes destroy that. I can just set this to token. Cool. And now the cone of silence. That did not work. That skill issue solidly. Sorry, I'm thinking, and thus I can't talk. I was skill issuing hard with Vim and my new keyboard. Okay, we made a new token just so when I do leak that secret, we can just revoke it, okay? So, and its only permission is to edit the DNS information, which I know would cause me issues, but at the end of the day, it's not the end of the world if you guys put a funny DNS record in there. Don't do it, please. All right. We're good. But I will probably leak it. I've done it before. I'll do it again. All right. So that means that's all configured. I think we can just run it now. You know what I should do is see what the DNS record is currently so we can see if it's updating it. So let me get to that page. Which will leak my IP address. Whatever. You guys will know my IP address for a couple of weeks. Be good with it. All right. So this is what it looks like right now. This is interesting. How will it know which records? Oh, because it's just going to go with the name of nullcloud.io. Okay, cool. So this is what it looks like right now. This was my old IP address. Not my IP address anymore. So that should update now, right? That should, if we do this. If everything aligns, let's go back to our... So we could just run DD client now, right? DD client, yeah. I'm just going to run DD client. You just run that with sudo. That's that's what you should never do. Login is an invalid option. Is an invalid login. Mistakes were made. Mistakes were made. Login. Only need if you're using global API key. If you're using an API token, set it to token without the double quotes. That's what I've done. Oh no, I didn't read something. Check this out. We have to delete the token and get a new token. So you can see the token. You guys can see the token. Saying it's an empty string. Yeah, why is it saying it's an empty string? So there's another mistake, but I don't know why it would be saying that. We can see this. It wouldn't work anyways, and I'll show you guys why. So it's saying login is an invalid type, which seems like it's saying that there's nothing in the login, which is set to token. But check this out. We didn't actually set up all the permissions correctly. This is either your global API or an API token. If you're using a API token, it must have the permissions zone DNS edit and zone read. We didn't do the zone read. The zone resource must be include all zones. We did this part, but we didn't do this part. So this wasn't going to work anyways. But let's figure out why, since now we have to do a new API token anyways, let's figure out why it wasn't liking it. DD client prioritizes the command line arguments, then falls back to the ddclient.conf. Then falls back to built-in defaults. It's reading the file because it said it couldn't open it. Permission denied. Was there something else I needed to... Oh, you know what? Define global quality values for line, blah, blah, blah. These values will be used for each of the following unless overrid with a local variable definition. Define local variables, one of the hosts. Am I forgetting a backslash? Possibly. Backslash, 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 backslash. No backslash here? Is this... Did this need a backslash? Does this? Is this all supposed to be one line? Let's try that. This is interesting. Some of their examples have backslashes and some have commas. Did I miss something? I feel like I have just missed something very not subtle, but subtle. Let's see. Token equals nothing. Let's just put a space there. Nope, that's not found. And we know it's doing the client, DD client. We know that it's doing this, opening this file, because if we don't, it fails. Welcome, welcome. On site, how are you doing? How are you doing? Oh, does this need a comma? You know, they didn't put a comma. Like this was supposed to be on one line. But let me check another one. No comma here. Let's see. We can check I mean, these don't have commas or backslashes. I have a question. Do you know how to install Arch? I don't know that I know off the top of my head, but I could probably figure that out. I mean, ButterFS isn't that difficult. I don't know why you would want to use ButterFS. You're asking for more headache than it's worth, I think. That's what we used at SUSE. I never loved it. It's a cool idea in concept. It's probably really good for servers. But what's good for servers isn't necessarily good for desktop. TPM and Secure Boot is just what your hardware. Looks like all of ours have to go in one line. Okay. Do I try to remove the commas? You know what I could do is I could just try to do it via like this right here. Okay, look, this is their example here. Doesn't have the backslashes or commas. So I'm actually going to just do that. Let's see. I should be able to do like $V delete. That wasn't exactly what I wanted, but $V one back delete. Yeah, okay, that was better. So $V one back delete. We're just trying this. It might be the wrong solution. $V one back delete. All right. It looks like this is the right way to run this. It looks like this is the right way to run this. Now, interestingly, I leaked my token because I thought, per what they said, I needed to add a different, but maybe it was fine. Maybe it was fine. Okay, did it change from 170 to 162 to something else? Let's find out. Did it work? No, it didn't work. It did not work. Okay, so that might just be a failure in that it didn't have all the permissions it needed. I would have expected a statement from it if it did. Would have liked that, but let's create a token for it. So interesting you say that. I went to here, and DD Client is what Cloudflare put on their page, but it doesn't look super, like, they're still working on it. Like, there's comments to it, but then there was also this, you might want to also consider using one of the followings. Like, almost like DD Client's on life support. I don't know. Like, they didn't say that it's on life support. They didn't say that they're not supporting it, and they are making changes to it. You know? I'm not saying it's the most actively used thing, but, you know, they're still updating it. But they also recommend these two. The stream is stuttering? I haven't dropped any frames, so that's probably you. Or Twitch. I have encoded every single frame. No, you're good. You're good. Let me know, because I can check. I have a thing that's checking my encoded frames. And it used to be me. It used to be me a lot of the time. And now I have good internet. And so it's not me anymore. Or hopefully it's not me anymore. All right, let's make a new token. Let's make a new token. I'm gonna really quickly, as I jump around my Cloudflare dashboard. So one of them is a Python script. We could try that one. If this doesn't work, if we need a new like a good token, I did delete what it said the token needed to be. All right, there we go. Got that back. Okay, so you're using a API token. It must have permissions zone DNS edit and zone read, and the zone resources must include all zones. I did the all zones, but I didn't quite. Yeah. What's API tokens. All right, so we're gonna create a new token. I'll share my screen. We'll use this template. So we're looking for zone DNS edit, zone read. Okay, so zone DNS edit. Yep, and zone. What was it? Zone read. So it just needs to be able to read all the zones. Which makes sense because it's got to figure out. Okay, that makes sense. And then for the zone resources must include all zones, and we did this. All zones. Cool. Continue to summary. So a lot of the times, what this is probably doing is I can show you my what I'm guessing, and I could be wrong, but let me create this token, then we'll hop back to where we're actually seeing it, and I'll tell you why I think it needs zone read. Right. Right, Cypher. So it needs to read which one's the right record, right? Which would be reading the zone, right? I think you're actually exactly on what I'm thinking. One second, I'll show you. Right, but which one is it? Because it's an index, 0 index. So it has to find the index of the right record, right? Which means it would have to read it. One second, we'll check this out. Oh, did I leak it? I don't know if I leaked it. I hit create. Did you guys see that? I got too excited. Okay. That was close. Got a new key. All right, let's go back to where let me actually save this key really quickly. All right. So let's go back to my profile website. nullcloud.io. DNS records. My guess is the reason it needs to read is this right here. If we dug through the API, my guess is that like to edit these, it's like a list, like a 0, 1, 2, 3. And so you need to read these in to know which one to edit. Do you know what's protected by zone? Read. What's protected by zone? Read. Listing all the records. Okay. This is partially why I was using DD client, because it comes recommended. It comes recommended by Cloudflare. So I figure at least it's not doing something super shady. Super shady. Maybe a little shady, but not super shady. I don't know their API. And so let's see if that worked. I guess it could take a little while. It could. Did we... You know what? I'm thinking I would have liked to see a log from this, but there was something else that we didn't do in DD client. Let's go to their website again. This right here. So in this, they had the protocol, login password, blah, 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 blah. Yep. Looks good. Did we set a router? I don't know that we set a router. One second. I'm going to have to cone of silence this. Let me check if we have a router. I don't think we set a router. Okay, so we're just going to copy these routers here. I thought there would be a default one at the top, but there doesn't appear to be one. So I'm just setting... do you, Cypher, do you have one that you prefer? I'm just setting these right here. Hi, Scott B. How are you doing? Well, it's not for DD client, but if config, okay. I can check if they have if config support. Routers. Oh, this is supported routers, like the actual routers. That's not what I wanted. I meant like yeah, I don't want to configure a router. I want a I want an IP resolver. Right. But they call that a router here. Router, where should DD find your IP? We're just going to try it with their default ones. We'll just try that. And we'll see if it updated. There we go. It actually updated. That means if we go to nullcloud.io, it should work. It should. That didn't actually work? Oh, you know what? You know what? This is now on my networking side. I think it made it to our network. Okay. So I think we're actually good here. I think that there's more work that we need to do here, but we are going to have to start prepping for the Rust class. Okay, DD client is kind of crappy. DD client is kind of crappy. I'm not going to lie. It didn't log when it was failing. So like it was failing to do the thing because it didn't have a router. So it wasn't finding what they call a router, an IP resolver. It didn't have an IP resolver. And so it was failing, but it wasn't telling us that. Let's see if we can go back to this. Yeah, we're back at the top. Good. So yeah, it was failing because by default it didn't have one. Okay, well. So we have one other issue to do, and that's actually solving this through the network. So when I got the new internet, because we went from a static to a not static, I actually had to delete my static routes that through the firewall. So my firewall is now on a reject everything. So it's still not going to work because there is no route through, because those were tied to the static IP address. That's how the local area network worked. And that's just how I had it set up. Maybe I could have set it up better, so that wasn't the thing, but we're going to have to do that at this point. Whew. That was more work. It wasn't really work. It was just kind of like blindly doing stuff. Yeah, it was just like blindly trying stuff. Sorry, I didn't think it was... I thought we were going to spend like 15 minutes on it, and we spent an hour. Now, I am slightly interested in the permissions. I feel like... Thank you, Dark Reader, for failing. Oh, I must have turned it off on that one. Must have turned it off on that one. So we were looking at permissions because we needed 2 permissions for this. We needed to read the zone as well as edit the zone. I'm telling you, like, we can look more into this, but like this looks like you need read permission. Because what they're doing is they're getting the name and getting an identifier for it. So I gave it a nice name. I actually can get this off of my dashboard, but they're letting me get a nice name instead of the identifier, and they're mapping this to the identifier. So this is in your dashboard. I didn't show this off because I don't know if this is private or not. Like, I think it's not, but I didn't show it off just because it's not something I know how to even reset, which probably means it's not sensitive. But this is why you need a read-only to the zones. I was going to say, Cypher, like, I get what you're saying, but at the same time, like, it's very easy for APIs to become like this, where like you need the crazy thing. Now, in theory, if DD client allowed us to just give the ID because we could get the ID, it wouldn't need the zone read. And so maybe that would be a better security practice for DD to not do this and just say, hey, go get the ID. That's probably that's probably a better thing for it to do instead of having us just put the name of the zone. But again, I would tentatively agree that it should only have edit. And it just asks for the ID, Cypher. But it's also not nefarious what they're doing, I guess is what I'm saying. They're providing a convenience. Now, yeah. Could they have avoided this by saying, hey, go get your ID and make it a variable? Yeah, they could. And they probably should. Although if they can edit their DNS, being able to read the zones, like, yes, I guess if you had other zones that the token didn't have permission to. Yeah. Anyways. I don't love it. I don't love it. Thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a good time. All right, let's get into Rust. So we only have 20 minutes to prepare. What I'm going to do is just walk through how I've been thinking about doing this. We're going to actually bust out some of the pre-notes that were supposed to have been made yesterday, but I was sitting on the pot for like hours. Yeah. Can we make this UI just a little bit bigger? A little bit beefier? Let's see. I did the font size. I want a zoom level 120%. Yeah, Russell, how do you like the new sounds? So we only have a new sound for follower. We still need to work on sounds for raids and whatnot. I'm working on it one at a time. That's the dial-up. That's the basic package you get when you follow. You know, we'll get more exciting sounds for when you're doing something a little bit more exciting than following. I tried to cut it so that it wasn't really long. I forgot how long the dial-up sound was. Like, my goodness, it took forever for modems to connect. My goodness. It I had forgotten. I had forgotten the good old days. All right, so that's maybe a little better. Can you guys read this sidebar well enough? Like, I'm not worried that you can, like, it's like the easiest thing to read, but it would be nice. All right. It says Rust 101. That's what it is. It's just like the intro thing that we're doing, the very start. I did 101 because it's like while we're building something, it's going to be less of a class and more of a hands-on class. It's like the very beginning. Oh, Go 101. You know what? If people really love this, I'll do a Go 101. I will. And you know why? You can get a job in Go. And Rust is much harder to... While I think that Rust is a technically better language in a lot of ways, and like its type system is just really good, Go, you can get a job. So if people would be interested, if people are liking the Rust one, I'm happy to do a Go one. I'm happy to do a Go one later. Yeah. I don't know. The 2-line modems? Dude, like, look, I never actually used one of these things. I didn't actually use one of these things. I'm not that old. Oh, I know what they are. And my father used one when I was really little, well before I was allowed to use computers. So like if you're gonna, I don't know. I don't know. I was like, shoot, I was like 12 when I got to build my first computer, and that was a piece of crap thing. So we're talking about early, like 20 or 2000, maybe about 2000. 2002, something like that, was when I got to build my first computer. I mean, my exact age isn't super important, but I think that I was 12 in 2001. I was giving it a space. Like, I don't remember exactly how old I was when I was working on it, because I spent like 6 months. So, around 2000, 2002 is when I built my first computer. And it was a piece of garbage. I had a 1 gigabyte spinning disk drive, and I think I installed Windows 98 on it because it had USB support. And I think that was like Windows ME was out at the time, which maybe was a piece of garbage, and I'm lucky that I avoided. But that was my first computing time. Oh, Windows Blue Screen. I was proficient at Windows Blue Screen. I was proficient. So I think we're going to do each one of these in a folder that is the date. So because we have a lot of people here that don't know the superior way of writing dates, we're going to do this day, month, year instead of month, day, year, you know? Oh, you guys know I'm joking, right? You know that I'm joking. Okay, so that would be 3, let's see, 2024, done. You know what we could do? We could do it in the superior format that people haven't picked up yet. I've been popularizing this. So people are like, oh, do day, month, year. And what I've been trying to popularize is year, day, month, year, day, month, year, year. This is probably the superior format. Probably superior format that people just haven't realized yet. Literally tried to get people to go with us on Twitter. I don't know why they didn't. Anyways, it's very nice encoded. It's very human readable. A box of my dad had a box of Prince of Persia, which I think like each level was on its own floppy disk. It was like a 2D game. Yeah. All right. So, and then what this will do is allow us to have a bunch of files in each one of these. Can I duplicate this? No, I can't. Okay, whatever. No, I redid that, didn't I? I did points. All right. Okay, so I actually played Commander King and the Monkey Island games. I did not play the Day of the Tentacle, but I actually did play Commander King, by the way. It was like an old school game at the time. I played it with a joystick. I don't know if you guys know what an old school joystick is. If you've wanted pain and suffering, there was no joy to be found out of this thing. This is almost exactly what I had. This thing brought zero joy. Zero joy. I played Commander King with this. And let me tell you, joy was not the thing that I thought of with this. All right. Joystick invented throwing the controller. Oh my goodness. They were so rough. Back in the day, they were super rough. I don't know. It was also like, unlike the thumbsticks on controllers nowadays, like, one, it was a wrist motion instead of just a thumb motion, which is way different in your ability to finely control. And two, the sensitivity wasn't nearly there. It was like full on and half on. And that was like your two different modes, was like all the way and half of the way. There was no in-betweens any of those. You know, the sensitivity was not there. Oh, I also played Duke Nukem. That was fun, I think. The old one, the 2D ones. The clean the mouse wheel. I think, yeah, I had to do that. Clean the mouse wheel was a pain. All right, so we'll just, I don't know what the name of this should be. All right, so we'll just call it intro. So, objectives. Let's do... So let's go over some objectives. Actually, let's put a README here. What are we going to do here? What is the Rust 101 going to do? So the goal by the end of this is to have a working to-do app. I know to-do is like a stupid app that everybody does, but I think that it allows us to reach a plethora of different technologies that is going to be pretty nice. So working to-do app, because we're gonna over-engineer it. We're gonna do a microservice for the to-do app that does proto buffers. We have quite a bit of things that we're going to do. A working to-do app that leverages a HTTP web server serving JSON. We could do HTMX as well. So I'll put this HTMX question mark. Yeah. So obviously you don't need a microservice for a to-do app, and that's like a stupid optimization. But the idea is to learn here. And so I wanted to do like a practical using Rust for web services and whatnot. So what do you need to do? Like the common things nowadays are a JSON API REST service and gRPC inner service communication. So I thought we would do those two things and have a little thing. We're not doing auth in the Rust 101. Not doing auth in Rust 101. We're going to cover build files. We're going to do those types of things. We're not doing auth. No, okay, if you guys want a general engineering class on how to sync things between multiple devices and things like that, we can do a general engineering class as well. I want to use this time to specifically show off Rust things and learn Rust things and be where once you're done with this, you feel fairly confident in making something in Rust. Yeah, we could do a distributed systems 101. Absolutely. And also we can do an advanced Rust class where we do procedural macros. That's something I need to learn myself, how to do procedural macros. And so we could make a lib that has a fun little procedural macro thing. So absolutely. Dutch, I specifically said that is not the reason we're doing it. The reason is we need to create a microservice so that we can do gRPC because it's a good thing to learn. Modprog said he would actually join me to help me with the procedural ones, so I think that we'll do a stream together on it. Well, if they watched my video, they would have heard me say everything that I've said. What do you think about that? Also, I'm not going to spoil anything. I have a pretty spicy video coming out on my YouTube channel. I'm going to post it in Discord when it comes out. But I think it should be really fun. I actually spent a ton of time. Most of my videos aren't scripted or aren't heavily scripted. I have like highlights, talking points, and like the facts laid out in front of me. But the general words and stuff are fairly just me filling the space. This is heavily scripted and is designed to be a little bit different than my normal ones. Hopefully it gets people interested in coming and learning Kubernetes in the Kubernetes 101. We'll see. We'll see. Dutch, I try to do my best at not letting people take me out of context. I probably do it more than any other educator. There's probably an educator that does it better than I do. But I probably do it better than the majority of them. When I talk about microservices, I have plenty of videos talking specifically about the pitfalls of microservices. I have a new video specifically having fun with Kubernetes and some of the pitfalls of adopting Kubernetes. I think there's a command YouTube. I think that, yeah, that has some stuff there. If you go to, you know what? That's broken because it put YouTube on the end of Null Labs. 1 second. That's super dumb. That's super dumb. I need to fix that. That's a broken link. It's this. The new video is not out. It's coming out next week sometime. The new video is not out, so you can't go see the new video. I can't give you a link to the new video on Kubernetes. That's a little spicy because it's not next week. Next week, I can give you a link, so ask me then. It will be the newest video on my YouTube channel, though. Null Labs Live is just this. Null Labs Live is just it. I just stream to both. So, Null Labs Live, if you want to watch live on YouTube, but not as many people are there to chat, so why does it put just? So it put YouTube as part of the link and just the bytes. Anyways, I gotta fix all of those are crap. Sorry, they're missing a space. 100%. They're all garbage. They're all garbage. Okay, so goals. Let's see here. I'm behind. Goals. Learn practical Rust. REST API. gRPC API. Command line application. Actually, yeah, let's this is like a gRPC app. REST app. Command line application. Let's see. So a front-end application, we're either going to use WASM, or HTMX. Maybe we do both. I don't know yet. That's an either or maybe. So I guess these are the things that I want to do. Cover WASM, how to leverage WASM with it. I don't know that that's a huge thing for like getting a job or practical, but it could be in the future. So it's good to cover. Use pretty easy as well. And this also allows us to build a front end for the back end stuff that we're doing. And how we're going to do this is we're going to build a REST application first. We're going to build a command line application to chat with the backend application. So this is going to allow us to do those types of things. Then we're going to build a microservice for the gRPC to add a little bit of functionality to this for kicks and giggles. And then we're going to make a pretty front-end UI to it. That's kind of the we can put this in order, I guess we could. So something like this is what we're going to the order that we're going to do it in, because I thought that this would be a nice way to kind of piece all the things together. Are we going to make auth between the gRPC services? No. So for persistence for this REST app, let's talk about it. That is not what I meant to do. So for persistence, we're going to use SQLX. I really like it. We're going to talk about some of the options. So like Diesel, you could use Diesel or whatnot. I think that SQLX shows a really cool concept where they tried to take the type system of Rust and extend it through the framework. So I think I actually really like it when frameworks themselves, and we actually read a really good article from, I forget the name of the guy. He also streams. I'll remember it and I'll post the link to that article if I think about it. About how Rust isn't enough. And it's because the libraries need to be doing the same thing, secure by default and protect you by default. And Rust is a really good example because a lot of people in the ecosystem value that. And so a lot of the times you see these libraries that try to do that. So I like SQLX. It's also pretty simple. And so we'll use SQLX with an SQLite database to store stuff. Are we going to do auth? Are you meaning like, do you want... So auth could mean a lot of things. I think you actually mean authentication, not authorization. And if you're talking about authentication, you could be talking about TLS, but you could also be talking about MTLS. These here to me seem to be more of a distributed systems 101 than a Rust 101. Because half the class would be generating your certs. I don't know that we want to do this. I mean, if you guys want this to be part of the Rust thing, we can. Right, so I'm going to leave this right here for the time being. We have some time to think about it. I'm honestly like, I'm not sitting here saying yes or no. Like, my thing is like, this really isn't mostly Rust, but it is important. So I don't know. I don't know off the top of my head. You know, I would be kind of inclined to do just the TLS because it would be easier at least. Like it would be faster and wouldn't distract as much. Yeah, okay. It's a good call out. So this is just going to use hyper, or no, we're going to use I think it's request. I think that's right. We'll have to look it up. I can never remember its name because it's spelled as it is. No you. Okay. I was close. I was super close. I know even TLS alone is kind of a rabbit hole. And so this is where I think it's important. And maybe we make the call out and we don't go through all of it. Maybe it's worth like saying, here's how you would handle it. I don't know. I am starting to think that we need to do something like a distributed systems 101, which this would be like a really, really good topic on. Auth 101. Okay. So we have a couple different ones. We'll work on them. And we'll do them eventually. We'll just keep going through every week. We'll keep working on some of these, and keep expanding what we know and learn and understand. Actually, the auth would be a good one for me. Like, I know JWTs well enough. I've used them well enough. But like, I don't know the handshake well enough, and how to do some of those things with authentication. So actually, a lot of people are moving to sessions. And I mean, like, there's a lot of good reasons to move to sessions where you're like the ability to revoke very quickly. Whereas JWTs, it's very difficult to revoke, and you end up doing a lot of what a session already handles when you revoke. So I think there's a lot of reasons like that, that people are moving to sessions. What I dislike about sessions is that they're not... What I dislike about them, and what I've struggled with like the null cloud, is if you adopt a session, you no longer can handle that easily in ingress and almost bind yourself to that user's implementation. I'd almost like to have an open source session standard. That is, I think, the next thing that needs to happen for wide adoption of session. People like Clerk and Ori already do sessions, an opaque token, a session token. And I actually think it's better. In the general sense. You could switch out SquirrelLite for libsquirrel? Let's do it, Cypher. I would love to pick your brain on it. I think you're pulling my leg, Russell. I'm just gonna say I think you're pulling my leg. I think we'll use SQLX and SQLite or SQLite. I don't know. I say SQLite, but whatever. I know I'm doubling the L. Are you actually wanting libsql? Does SQLX support that? Is it fully compatible? I guess. I think we'll probably stick to SQLite just because tooling, and we're just trying to teach Rust. If it's compatible, then like it's an implementation. It's like which one you have installed. I have to read up on it more. I know that there was talk about this a while ago because people were upset with SQLite is kind of there's like a core group of people and they don't really want outside help on it. Oh, it does enable replicas. Interesting. Okay. I think we'll stick with this for the time being. Because yeah, I wanted to show off SQLX, but it might just be an implementation detail and it might be what you have installed. Although no, it's embedded in the application, so that's not even true. That's not even true. Is it how this is built? But this is all in C. I guess there is some Rust. But this is running as like a server, right? This is running libsquirrel as a server, not as a embedded application, right? Yeah, I appreciate it, Russell. I will look into it, and maybe we'll do something with it down the line. Rust 101, we're going to go SQLite because it's pretty industry standard. This is to get people up and running. It's pretty simple. Well, you're going to use Actix, the web server. Let me look that up. Rust Actix. It's a T. It's a T, not a... Maybe we should put links in here because if people are looking for these things, I can Axum? Why? Again, I'm asking why just as an understanding. I don't mind if people recommend stuff. That's fine. I just like to know why. Oh, okay. Okay. I mean, Actix uses Tokyo Stack too, but... Oh, I don't know what fiasco you're talking about. It was not around for that, or did not notice that. Oh, shoot. We were supposed to start already. Okay, I have not been going nearly fast enough. What are we doing? We're going to start learning Rust. We're going to start learning Rust. And we're going to start... but instead of... I already made a YouTube series on learning the basics of Rust. And if you want those are very class-oriented. They're like, here, learn this thing. This one... I'm not going to release the code, not because I don't want to, or we're building something super secret or anything like that. The idea behind this was I wanted people to actually just use Rust. And so we're going to go and build an applications together and learn very specific things and how to practically use Rust. We're not going to learn every single detail. We're going to learn practical use of Rust. We're going to learn to use major libraries like Tokyo. Tokyo is a good one to put on there. We're going to learn how to make a REST application, a command line application, a gRPC application, and a front-end application. Whether this is WASM or HTMX, I actually don't care. Maybe we do both. The answer might be both. I'm not entirely sure at this point. This is further down the road. This is the order that we're going to do that in. Yes, Surdy is definitely on the list here. This is why I picked a REST application. We get to do Surdy for JSON. Let me get the links in here. And Tokyo. This here is open source. So while the code won't be, the materials we talk about, any links during any of the classes that we talk about, the ideas will be documented here. So while I'm not making the code open source, and again, the only reason I'm doing that is I want you to do it yourself. I want you to take these times. I want everybody to open up their own editor, and I want you to like code along with me. I mean, if you're not learning and you're just here to help other people learn, which I'd be gracious for people like Russell or like Cypher who have used a lot of Rust and want to sit here and help other people and answer questions, that would be fantastic. And maybe you don't code along. But for the rest of you who are joining to learn Rust, I want you to actually open up your editor. I want you to ask questions. I want you to try to do the things that we're doing. And we'll take as much time as we need. All right. So let's take a 10-minute break for me to create a cup of coffee. And while I'm creating the cup of coffee, when we get back, we're going to start Practical Rust. Half an hour late. I'm super sorry about that. Time slipped my mind. Will I keep public VODs of this? So that's actually an interesting question about keeping public VODs. Absolutely, this VOD will be public, but there's a lot of stuff in it, and I can clip it and put the clip just of the what we're doing. But what I was thinking is I actually want to put these on my main YouTube channel. Now, I don't know that my main YouTube channel would like it very much if I just clipped out from the live stream. I've been thinking about doing that, but I think what I might do is I might on Saturday afternoons or evenings after we've had the live stream, I might quickly record I don't know. Yes, the VODs will be public. Yes, you'll be able to access them. This is actually why I started multi-streaming to YouTube, is because YouTube will keep the video forever and Twitch won't. So that's like one of the main reasons that I have the YouTube live one, is because it keeps a history of all the VODs. So absolutely, it's there. It's for you to use. But I want to make it better than just that. I want to cut them out. I don't think they would do very well on my main YouTube channel. I have a Bytes where, so, you know, okay, let's, I live stream here. I live stream here, and I live stream here. youtube.com/NullLabsLive. And then my main YouTube channel, which is, I'd like to get these on my main YouTube channel. Main YouTube. And I don't know if I re-record them or if I can just cut them really elegantly. Maybe I can just do that. That would be the best thing. It would be the easiest for me to do. But see, the weird part is I want to have a conversation on the live part with you guys. I want to stop if you guys get stuck. Like each week, I'm going to have like a planned set of things that I want to do, but it's okay if we don't get through them. It's okay if we get stuck on something that people are struggling with and we want to expand on it. So that's where I think that I want to condense it and just record something, but I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure. We'll see. We'll see. So this would just be Null Labs. That's my main YouTube, and then I have my Bytes, which I just right now is mostly news, but these classes will be there too. So the Bytes, which is just Bytes of the stream, I thought it was pretty funny, is https youtube.com/null. I think it's the Null Bytes. Null Bytes. Okay, so these will be in here. So these will definitely have the stream of the learning bits. I would love to get something here, but this is like more of the long form content. Again, I'm not here, not sure. And then obviously the live streams are the live streams. So yes, I'm gonna go make coffee. I'm gonna be right back. Then we're going to dive into Rust 101. It's going to be the intro. We're going to get a working project today. That's the goal, is to get a working project, get you running and getting you debugging it. Now I'm going to use Vim, you guys, but I'm also going to help you with VS Code. So I'm going to cover both of those. So yeah, and we'll do those. All right, I will be right back. I'm sorry, I was writing. These are the places. I was typing these without sharing my screen. What a live streamer. Quality. Okay. See you guys in just a second. Let me go make a cup of coffee. I'll be right back. Thanks for the follows while I was gone. I unmuted myself. Okay, perfect. Wait, Cypher, have you not followed? You've been around a decent amount. Maybe you haven't. Well, thanks for the follow, Cypher. Are you new here? Oh, never mind. I didn't realize that. Sorry, Cypher. I feel like I had talked to you before. Well, anyways, let's actually get into it. Today we are doing our introduction into Rust. I'm going to cover in a couple different ways. We're going to set up our editors. We're going to create a project, and we're going to install something using the package manager. And yeah, we're going to enjoy it. All right, let's get into this. Welcome everybody. Welcome to Null Labs Does Rust. Rust 101. So in this class, the objectives for it are for us to learn Rust in a very practical way. I want us to all be building something. That being said, I'm going to encourage you to bust out your own IDE, whichever one you like. There's people here that can probably help you with it. And actually do all of this stuff right along with me. Now, I don't know what your favorite IDE is. I myself can help you with either NeoVim or with... Actually, I should have done a marker. I should have done a marker. One second, let me do a marker. I'm trying to learn to do this. Marker, Rust 101. Done. Okay. I'm a little new to this streaming thing. Actually, I've streamed for a while. I've just never been good at it. All right, so welcome to Rust 101, and here we're going to actually practically build something. Now, I want to encourage you to use whatever you're most comfortable with as far as IDE, but I want you to be programming along with us because that's the best way to learn something is actually doing it. That's why I'm actually not going to open source the code. Now, you'll have all of these videos that you can reference. Absolutely. And the code will be in the videos. And if you need help, there's a Discord, whatnot, happy to help. But I want you to actually be doing it, not just getting code that you see. I want you typing it. Now, that being said, today we'll set it up to work in Visual Studio Code. And if you want NeoVim help, we can talk about it. Most people with NeoVim are going to know how to set up their NeoVim. I use Lazy. And you can look up how you want to install Rust on your NeoVim. Maybe a little bit later, we'll get into debugging. We're not going to do debugging today, but we'll get into debugging, and I'll show you how to do debugging in NeoVim because I just learned myself. But anyways, let's go ahead and install Rust. You know what? I didn't think about those interrupting. Thanks for the follow. Thanks for the follow. This is a live stream. And if you're seeing this as a recorded thing, you can join the live stream, jump in, ask questions. I think the live stream is a really great place for it. So let's go ahead and install Rust. Now, you're going to want to do that in your command line. I'm using Linux. If you're not using Linux, that's okay. If you're not, what the garbage did I type? If you're not using Linux, that's okay. Rust install is actually going to give you the tools that you need for whichever operating system that you're running on. So go there. I'm going to put this in here. So we're going to make a category here called live. And this is just the links that we cover while live. So this is in a Git repo. Let me actually put that repo out there for you all. So if you're trying to learn along and you're wanting to, at the end of the stream, we will commit what we've done to this repo. There's just readmes. I'm using Obsidian. You're welcome to open it in an Obsidian, but you don't have to. They're just readmes. So you know what? I'm going to post this link as well. So that's the live learning. That will cover all live learning we do on this channel. We're in the Rust 101 class. I will post this. I feel like not posting this link in the thing that it's linking to. That feels pretty dumb. If you found this, you've got the link. So I'm not gonna. I just posted it in chat. All right. So you're gonna go to Rust-Lang tools install, and this is gonna give you what you need to install Rust. Now you'll notice this is Rust Up, and that's kind of important. Rust Up is a tool that allows you to manage your tool chain. And this allows you to do things with Rust like install nightly and change which tool set that you're leveraging. It allows you to install the WASM components and those types of things. And so it's really useful to have. It's really helpful. All you need to do right now is run this script. That's all you need to do. And we can run it right now on my machine. My machine has Rust. We can validate that my machine has Rust by running this right here. We can just do Rust up help, and you can see that I have Rust up. And here we can see that we can update our tool chains and itself, and we can do a bunch of different things. But we can also check that we have the Rust compiler. So that's Rust C. If you're looking for the Rust compiler on your machine, that's Rust C. And we can see that we have Cargo. Cargo, if you're coming from a Node or NPM machine background, it's kind of like NPM. It's their package manager. Now, Cargo uses crates.io. So crates.io is the back end implementation. So anyways, Cargo is actually really powerful and something that you're going to really appreciate because it allows you to do more than just manage your dependencies. So we'll learn more about that, but you can just type in Cargo help and see that you also have Cargo installed. So let's run this command here that we've copied here. Let's run this. Oops. All right. So it's noticing that Rust is already installed on my machine. It looks like you have an existing installation of Rust at user bin. It is recommended that Rust up be the primary Rust installation. So anyways, it's noticing that I'm going to say no here, but you go ahead and install Rust. I'm going to just take a 30-second pause. It does not take long. Go ahead, install Rust yourself. If you're new and you don't know what editor, I recommend VS Code. I recommend VS Code. If you haven't used NeoVim, I personally am using NeoVim because I'm learning it myself. And we can do a NeoVim class if we want. TJ has some really good material on it himself, which I'm happy to link to. He's another YouTube creator, and he does Kickstart and works on NeoVim. So that's a fantastic place to start. VS Code is very simple, and we'll get into VS Code in just a second. So we'll get into Visual Studio Code. Before we get into Visual Studio Code, we're going to actually create our first project. We're going to do that all by the command line before we get into editors. And thanks, Scott, for catching that. Thank you. Very good recommendation. Maybe in a couple of weeks, I'll go through my Rust setup for NeoVim for debugging. I literally just learned from ToggleBit how to debug. There's ads. My goodness. We're going to have to take a pause. I didn't think about ads. So in the future, I want to actually do something for subscribers when ads are happening. I don't know if we play like a quick game or something. I'm not sure. Or maybe we just have a conversation. But I don't want to cover information in the lesson during ads. That would be not helpful. Will all of this video be posted on YouTube? Yes, sir. All of it will be posted to YouTube. So in the README, I have all of it. Absolutely every single one of these will be in the Null Bytes. Absolutely every single one of these. I would like to do a condensed one on my main YouTube. I am not entirely sure what that will look like. What I'm going to try to do is I'm literally going to try to cut this video and see if I can't edit it to make it good enough for this. I do a lot of long form content. I don't know. YouTube is kind of strange. People will unsubscribe if it's stuff that they don't like. Which, you know, isn't the exact same as what they've always seen on your channel. So this kind of live format where we're just kind of going through and learning stuff by typing isn't what I've normally done here. So I don't know that that's what it will. I'd like it to end up here, but it might be that I re-record after your guys' questions, because what I could do is, like, you guys have questions that maybe I don't answer well, or we have to go look up, or we dig into, or I say a whole bunch of times because I'm thinking. And in that case, what I would love to do is go back through and kind of clean it all up and just do a quick record, almost like I was live. I'm not sure. Again, I'm not entirely sure. It will be here. It will 100% be here. It's also always live streamed to YouTube at Null Labs Live. So you can go there, and those are always saved for all of eternity. So this video is saved for all of eternity at Null Labs Live. So, or as long as YouTube is a thing. So not all of eternity. All right. So ad break. And thank you guys all for the follows and the support. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. I super appreciate it. Has everybody gotten Rust installed now? Okay, I'm going to take that as a yes. So I'm going to go and I'm going to create a new directory. Again, this isn't going to be a Git directory because I'm not committing the code, because I want you to do it. In the future, if you guys really want, I can open source the code. It's not going to be anything special. It's not going to be anything special. We're going to do live learning. Oh yeah, that is actually our Git repo with 1 second. Let's see. We're going to do, let's see, live learning code. I'll probably actually make a Git repo and store this in Git. I just will make it private. That's probably what it will be. Live learning. Let's see. Actually, and we'll do 101. All right. So we want to make a new Rust project, and that's where we're going to start using Cargo. You've just installed Rust. It's going to be probably, if you just accepted the default. You know what? Do I turn off alert notifications? I'd hate to lose followers. Maybe for these, I turn off alerts. What do you guys think? Would that hurt you guys that are following during the class? I don't want to. I'm just talking about the sound. You'd still get the pop-up. You still get the pop-up with your custom message. Leave it on? Okay, I'll leave it on. It distracts me, but I'll get over it distracting me. All right, so we've just installed Rust. You should have a thing called Cargo. So I want you to go check if you have Cargo. You can just do Cargo help. And this is what we're going to manage our project through. Cargo, you can think of as your package manager, but you can do a ton of things through Cargo, including checking your code and formatting your code. There's a lot of stuff that Cargo can do for your code base that's really powerful. So make sure Cargo is installed and check out that Cargo help works in the directory where you'd like to create your Rust project. All right. So we have Cargo. Now, actually, you know what? I just cleared that, but let's check out the options that Cargo has. So what we're going to try to do here is create a new package. Now, you can do init, which is in an existing directory, which is what we're going to do because I already created a Rust 101. But you could also do new and create, you know what? Let's do new. Let's do new. So if we were going to do new, I would just remove the Rust 101 and then I would do Cargo new. Now, there is, when you're doing new, if you look at your help, again, it's really, you can say whether it's a binary or a library. Now, this doesn't lock you in either way, but a library is generally not executable because it is designed not to have a main entry point. It is designed to be leveraged by other applications, and bin is designed to be an executable with a main entry point. So we're going to go with bin, but we'll look at library more in the future. So we want, ours to be a bin, and we want the arguments, which is the path, we want it to be Rust 101. So now we have our new project. We can see it right here, Rust 101. Let's cd into this, Rust 101. And now we can see what we have. Now, if you're using NeoVim, you can open the project right here. We have the cargo toml and the source. But let's go ahead and jump over here to Visual Studio Code and open that directory and install the plugins that you're going to need to install. So let's see, open folder, live learning code, Rust 101. All right, so what plugins do you want? What plugins do you need? You can see Rust Analyzer is working for mine. Let's go ahead and look at the plugins really quickly. So you can go to extensions here, and you can go just search for Rust. And you have Rust Analyzer. This is the one that you want. This is the one that you want, the Rust Analyzer by the rustlang.org. This is the one I've been using. The old Rust one has been deprecated. So go ahead and install this. This is going to do code completions, imports, insertion. I believe that it also does inline hints. It does semantics. It does semantic syntax highlighting. I believe that it also allows you to format on save and some other things like that. Yeah. Now, the one thing that you should probably do here is this Rust Analyzer extension. This right here. So this is all you need. Rust up, Rust Analyzer. That's pretty slick. And now you should have, if you go into the main here, it should have run and debug right up here. So you can run this and it should print out hello world. Does that all work for you all? Do you guys want to go through right now my NeoVim? Now, NeoVim configs are a lot very to the person. So we can go through what I'm using. I'm using Tree Sitter, I'm using Telescope, and I'm using Rust Analyzer. But if you're just new, if you're new to Linux, if you're new to this, I recommend this. Now, let's run this by the command line too. I know that we just ran it in Visual Studio Code, but it's always good to know how to do it via the command line. A lot of the times, us in Linux are going to be in the command line. So let's get into that project code. What did I call the directory? Live learning code. There we go. Rust 101. All right. So to do this, again, you can use Cargo. We're not going to use the Rust compiler because the Rust compiler, while you could compile it using Rust C, this means you have to do all of the things for linking and all of the things like that. Cargo does this for us already. We can use Cargo build, and this is going to build our project. If we look at this, we'll see that there's a target. In target is going to be our binary. So we can ls target debug, and there's your Rust 101 binary. And if we actually run that, Rust 101, we could actually run this, and it should print out our hello world. Sorry. I said the words run, and so I typed them. So yeah, there we go. We get our hello world. That was our binary that was built by Cargo build. But that's a little cumbersome, so you can just do Cargo run, and this is going to run. It's going to build it and run it. Now, we'll get into how to build for release. We'll get into how to build a Rust container a little bit later on, because we're going to have to run this in a distributed. We'll get into those a little bit later. All right. Is everybody following along so far? I don't want to go too fast. Please say slow down if I'm going too fast, or you can say speed up if I'm going too slow. I want to make sure that you guys have time because, again, I want you guys to follow along. I want you to actually be writing Rust. I want you to be typing these commands. That's kind of the whole point. I want this to be a hands-on experience. I want you to have something for your portfolio when you're done with this. And again, if we want to do this with Go, I know some of you want to learn Go better. We can do this with Go as well in the future, later on. All right. Are we all being able to run Cargo run? And do we have an editor? Do we have an editor that has syntax highlighting, the ability to run and debug? Am I still live? All right. Sorry. Just nobody responded, so I thought maybe there was a problem. Okay. Hopefully we're all good. I'm going to move on. I'm worried that because you haven't responded, maybe I have your like heads down still working. And if that's the case, that's fine. We'll take our time. Absolutely. As Cypher said, if you're stuck or having troubles, speak up. That's why I'm doing this live, is for that. If I didn't want to do this live, I could just, not do it live and then, yeah. Okay, awesome. If you're busy doing those things, absolutely. Cool. So you, new creator, you got everything going? Are you using VS Code? I suppose maybe some people were installing VS Code, which would take some time. Okay. Cool. Oculus, you had to install a few things like the build tools. Did RustUp not install those for you? That's interesting. Every single time I've done it, I can uninstall. I probably should have uninstalled Rust. Every single time I've done this, the RustUp script installs the latest stable release of Rust for me, and the build tools for it. Does it install them there? I don't think it does. I use this to install Rust, not. You know what? I'm not going to say that. Maybe I installed RustUp via Pacman. I usually install it via that. I might have used Arch. No, I don't think so. Because I use RustUp to manage my install, which it wouldn't manage my install if it was competing with Pacman, right? Oh, you're on Windows, so I have never programmed Rust on Windows, so I honestly don't know, and I'm sorry about that. I can't really help you. The closest I've ever gotten was I used WSL once to program Rust. I've never actually installed Rust toolchains on Windows. I'm so sorry. Now I can boot into Windows and we can play around. If people are trying on Windows and they would like some help with that, I'm happy to boot into Windows and figure some stuff out with you guys. I have never done it. I don't develop on Windows anymore. I used to develop on Windows 6 or 7 years ago in C++, in Visual Studio, like the real Visual Studio. That's my only development experience on Windows. Long time ago. So yeah, sorry about that. All right, so we're here. Now we can start typing code. I think that a lot of Rust looks very similar to what people expect. We have our main function. This is just like C, except we're not returning void here. The one big difference that you'll get from like the older languages is a lot of times the older languages had their return here. So like if this was going to return void, it would return here. Now void isn't a thing, but you know, if this was going to return an int, the int would be here. And Rust puts it over here behind an arrow. So if we wanted this to return an int, this is how we would do it. Now the main function returns an int. So this is the general description of a function. You have fn, you have main, the name of the function, you have whatever it takes, whatever arguments it takes, which is none in this case, and then you have its return. This is our general thing. Now, I'm going to call out here, you'll see that this has an exclamation point. This means this isn't a function. This is actually a macro. We're not going to cover macros right now. Macros are really important, but when you see an exclamation point, it means you're using a macro. The one that you're going to be using most right now is this print line macro, but there's a decent number of interesting macros that you can use. Like if we wanted to create a new vector, we could say let my vec, and you'll see that this is yet again another macro that we can use here. I was trying to do Vim key bindings there, which were not working because I have been using Vim for a very long time. All right, a couple months now. So this is creating a new vector for us of just these things. And this is another macro. You'll see that this is a macro, creates a vec containing arguments. If you've set up VS Code correctly, you should be able to just hover over these things. If you've set up your VS or your, if you've set up this thing correctly, you should also be able to pull up the information on it, NeoVim correctly. You should be able to see these things, and it's super important when you're learning to have these things because it gives you a glimpse right away into the documentation. So I want to make sure that these things are working, that you can see these things. Now we can print this vector out if we'd like, and Visual Studio. You know what? Maybe I might have Copilot on. I was going to say that seems way too good of a recommendation. I want to turn Copilot off. I don't need these recommendations. I want to disable completions. All right, there we go. All right. So this is again the print line macro, and this is it's very easy. We're in here. We're going to print the vector. So now we can run this, and you can see in here, it's printing the vector. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Now, this is all fine and absolutely fine, but we would like to actually include a package. We'd like to parse command line arguments. Now, you could just parse command line arguments straight without a package, but part of this class is learning how to use this, and we'd like to include a package. So how do you find packages? You go over here and you go to crates.io. You're more than welcome to use Copilot. I don't like using Copilot while teaching in class because one, sometimes it spews crazy stuff, and I don't want class to see that if you're just learning. And then the other thing is like, I don't want to go too fast. If I'm just typing with Copilot, I get desynced with how long it's going to take a person who doesn't necessarily have it. So anyways, that's my personal preference. This is crates.io. Let's put this into the documentation here. So let's do a little bit of install is here. Packages. So if you're looking for external libraries, this is where you can search and find them. Now, you kind of need to know their name, and you can ask ChatGPT or Google for packages that deal with stuff. But the first one that we're going to install is a project called Clap. Clap is a command line argument parser. And what I really love about it is to parse arguments, it's going to allow us to create structs and learn a few of those things right away. So you can see Clap here. This is what we want. It was updated 1 day ago. Fantastic. I missed a question. I'm so sorry. Isn't macro used to bring inline function into inline during compile? So no, Rust compiler will inline functions. I mean, that's the job of an opportunistic compiler, is to inline things that it can inline. I don't think that's the job of a macro. Now, you're not wrong that it inlines the code. So it's basically some fancy code generation. And I don't know how to go to definition in VS Code anymore. But we can go into here, and this does generate code. So it parses the tokens and generates some code. This is something we'll get into much later on, how you would create your own macros, because you can create your own macros. But that's not... Inlining is a very specifically distinct other thing. Yeah. Cypher has right. It's not quite. Yes, macros are inlined, but it's really a form of meta programming, code that generates code. That's a really great way of putting it, Cypher. Inlining is a completely different topic that we can talk about. Inlining. That's more of a computer science 101. What inlining does, why compilers inline, and whatnot. Cypher summed it up really well, though. Thank you. And sorry I missed your question. All right. All right. So we have clap. How do we add clap? Well, there's actually two ways to add clap to your project. There's this way and there's this way. We're going to start with this way, and then we'll see that this way has already been done for us. So if you're in your project and you're in your project here, so if you're in your project here, the easiest way is just to do cargo add clap. That's literally it. It's going to go and get the latest version of clap, and it's going to add it to your project. Now, where is this in your project exactly? Where is this documented? I don't know where you guys come from, but a lot of times you have these project files, and that's in this cargo.toml here. So you'll see here under the dependencies, you have clap. Now there's some other information here about the name of your project, what version it is, what edition of Rust you're using. You want to be on 2021 for this. We're going to be using 2021, but there's also 2018, and then there's pre-2018, which I don't even know how you distinguish. You don't want to use pre-2018. You want to use 2021. So this is the edition of Rust, and yeah, the dependencies. So you can see that we have the dependency here. You could have also added it here as well. So you could do something like, in the future, we're going to add Tokyo. And we could just type it in here. You don't have to use the command line. But the command line is pretty nice for a couple of reasons. Oh my gosh. I'm trying to do Vim motions here. Okay. So this is our, now we have clap, and we can actually start using clap in our main file here. So we can use clap. Let's pull up clap's documentation. Now, there are a couple different ways that documents, and this is maybe one of my worst parts about Rust that I dislike the most, is that a lot of times they won't have a quick start, and they'll just have this docs.rs. Now, docs.rs is actually amazing, but it's not a replacement for a quick start. Docs.rs allows you to see all the structs, the macros, and everything in a really amazing way. Docs.rs is probably your number one resource that you should learn to use. Again, it's not a replacement for a quick start guide if you happen to make one, but it is absolutely amazing. It's absolutely amazing. It allows you to go, and this is basically what's documented in the code, so you can go and see these things. So again, super amazing. Docs.rs is absolutely fantastic. It does more than just that, and we'll get into that. These things with feature flags here is super powerful. So sometimes you need to expand on features, and we're going to get into that in a future lesson. But if you're wondering what feature flags one has, it has it here. It has the different versions that it supports. So here are all the different versions that are out there. So you can get the documentation on a specific version, and that they can have pulled versions. You can find the source, the crates.io. So the licensing information. it's quite powerful. I want you guys to get accustomed to docs.rs. Let me post that link here. And so, yeah, you can go to docs.rs and you can find whichever, if you just went to docs.rs, you can search for clap here and you can find clap. Done. All right. So this is going to get us into some stuff. I don't expect you to understand all of it just right yet, okay? And I'm kind of doing this on purpose. I want you to just write some of it without understanding every single piece of it. We want to make some CLI options. And all we're going to do right now is this right here. Just pass in an optional string of name. Okay, so I'm going to copy this piece of code right here, and we're going to type that in. Now, you're going to see this thing up here. There are a couple things that are happening up here. This derive parser and this command version about, long about. And this can be scary. You don't need to fully understand. But understand these are also macros. These are also code generating macros. They're not just like, there's two different types of macros in Rust, and it's a little scary, but it's not bad. It's not bad. I don't know if this is the perfect way to teach this, to be honest. I skirted around not doing any of this type of stuff, but I think that this might be a really good way to learn. Okay, so let's talk about what this is right here and what it does. 1 second, I need to think about how to type a curly bracket. There we go. Sorry, on a new keyboard. Very used to Vim motions. Okay, so let's do this. Why is it not finding parser? Oh, you know what? Features derive. So you know how I was talking about these feature flags that you could get it? Well, this actually requires the derive feature, which is going to allow us to do this. This means that we didn't enable a feature. So basically, one thing that Cargo and credits.io and Rust does is allows you to only include the things that you want in your thing. So these feature flags is a pretty common thing, and we actually need the derive feature. I actually didn't realize that before this. All right, so to get the derive feature, we can actually just include it. They're actually telling us here that you can install it with this. You can also just type it as well. So we'll install it with this, the derive feature. Let's see. That's interesting. Okay. So I needed to run update. That's super fantastic. That's super fantastic. Let's see. Usually this is because there's a version mismatch. They didn't just release a version, did they? No, it's 4.5.3, right? 4.5.3, right? Yeah. It just released a version. I don't know why there was a version mismatch because we just installed it. This is super. We shouldn't have gotten this. Now, why update might work and why I went to this is when there is a version mismatch, usually it means like I have used a version of something and it's gotten skewed because I used it a couple of months ago. And so you can reversion it basically by just updating it. But that shouldn't have been an issue because we didn't change versions. So I don't know. That's a fun little thing. Run cargo update if you get a weird message. It actually helps a lot of the time. Okay, so let's talk about what happened here. Let's talk about what happened and why it's useful. So you'll notice that originally we had something that looked like this. Tokyo. Let's 1 point, whatever. And it just looked like this. We've now gone to the full expanded version, and this allows us to do a bunch of other things. So this is like the very simplistic version, and it's so simplistic, a lot of the times you don't ever use it. With Tokyo, we're also going to include features, which means you have to go to the full expanded version, which means you got to look like something like this, and you can do your version in here, and it would look something, like this. Okay, but it also provides a lot of other things that we're not going to get into quite yet, but it's quite powerful. Okay, so now we have clap and we have the derive feature. So that means this code is now actually compiling. But what is this code and why does this matter? Well, again, these are macros. You don't need to know how to make these macros. To be honest, I don't even know how to make these type of macros at this point, but they are macros. And what these derive macros do, and you're going to see later with SerDes and things like that, is they allow you to derive interfaces off of this. And derive is super powerful. So derive allows you to implement traits off of things that you want to, and you don't have to write a lot of code. So this is actually going to save you a lot of time, and we're going to dive more into it in a little bit later. But let's just trust for right now, this works. These are some macros that are going to add these things to this. Now, this is how you write a structure. We can write a pure one here. So in a lot of languages, this is going to be called a class or whatnot. It's really, really simple. It's just struct, the name, my struct, whatever you want to call it, and then your curly braces. And then inside of this structure, all you need to do is list your things. And this is by name and then what type it is. So in this, you could have, name as, this will be a string. The name will be a string. And then we could do like age and, age in years. And that's going to be, on I-32. That person can get really old, really, really old. And Vim motions again. I've gotten really used to them. All right. So, and now we have a struct with these things, name and age. And we could actually use this up here. So instead of this vector that we created, let's go ahead and use our custom struct. So we'll do let my struct equal okay, so now we want to create these. One thing that Rust doesn't allow is you can't set things to null. There's not a nullable type. So we couldn't just create this as a myStruct. We have to actually give it the things that it wants, and it wants these things. So we're going to have to instantiate it with the things that it's looking for. So we can look at this, and it's saying that it's missing name and age. So this is telling you haven't instantiated. One thing that's really annoying to people when learning Rust is the fact that the compiler seems very angry. It's very angry a lot of times because it's always telling you it doesn't have everything you want. But it does this because it's protecting you. And this is something you'll learn to really like, is that it actually wants your name and age. So we can do these things, and we can put these things in here. Me and you can see Visual Studio Code is telling us age is 32, and we can save this. Oh nope, not Vim Motions. 32 done save. Why is it okay? This is going to be another thing that you're going to just trust me on. So we got this, and you see this is red, and it's saying that it's expecting a string. And you're like, I thought this was a string. In every other language, this is a string. And in this, it's not. It's a reference to a stir. It's not a full-fledged string. We want a full-fledged string. So what are we going to do? For right now, just do string. Oops. From this. Now, this might seem heavy-handed. It will make more sense in the future. Trust me. So now you can see we got rid of our errors for the most part. We still have a little one here, and we'll talk about this. This is saying that this isn't used anywhere. And if it's intentional, the standard practice for Rust is to underscore it, to say, hey, this isn't used. So when you're looking through the code, you can tell that it's on purpose that this struct isn't used. A lot of the times it's a bug, but there are some times when it's valid. All right, so let's print this out and actually see it. Print line. We can do our print line macro. We can say my struct, and we will do the good old curly braces here. And one thing you'll notice is we're going to do : ? And we'll get into why we need this, but it's because my struct doesn't implement display. And display is something that we'll implement in the future. But right now it can't. It doesn't. So we'll do that a little bit later though. And we'll put in my struct here. Now you'll notice I'm using camel or snake case. It also doesn't implement debug. I forgot that. You know what? So what we're going to do is it doesn't implement debug. So what did we learn about derive? What did we learn about derive? This right here. We can have it derive things for us. And one of those things is debug. Now, again, this is something I'm going to ask you to leverage and use, and you don't need to know how to write the derive macro, and that's fine. That's fine. Derive is generating that interface for us. It says that, hey, if I know string and I know i32, because both of these things implement debug, I can implement debug for my struct as well. Now, if we put another struct in here, like let's put this CLI in here. If we put CLI in here, like this, guess what? It says it doesn't implement debug. So even here, Rust is protecting us. So derive only works if everything inside of it implements debug. Now we could implement debug here and it would be fine, right? Now, this is fine because again, debug says if everything inside of the struct implements debug, I can generate this code for you. I can generate the debug code for you. And that's all derive is doing. And so derive is really powerful because you can also do things like equals and partial equals. And so now you can have these things automatically generated for you because these things have well-known equals. All right. So this is really, really cool. And I wanted you guys to see it, but also not worry too much about understanding exactly how it works. You don't have to leverage it. This is a macro and it's generating some code for you. That's about all you need to know. All right. So let's save that. And we're good to go. Let's run this. Now you can see that we printed out the full structure. I'm going to pause just a second. Is everybody keeping up? Is this all making sense? Somehow? Okay, so if it ever isn't, please raise your hand. I can't see your guys' faces. I can't see if, there's people furiously typing still. Again, I'm trying to be super practical. I'm not trying to dive into technically exactly how Derive works. And so some of this is just, trust me. But if I didn't do these things, like, we'd have to learn weird ways of doing, like, getting around not doing these things. So I just wanted to get our hands dirty. All right, so we have this, but we don't have our command line arguments. We really want to pass in command line arguments. We want to pass in our name and print this. Now, we saw that these are macros. These things are macros, and Clap gives us a way to actually use these macros. Okay, there's also this thing as an option, and we're going to get more into that next lesson, but let's actually use these macros. So let's jump back over to Clap, and let's go to its repository, because I believe they have a demo, right? Yeah, examples. So you can jump into their examples. I love examples. And let's see. Let's do the Derive quick start. Boom. Okay, we're on the quick start. So there is this function right here, parse, that is generated because of this Derive. You know how we talked about it's doing something to generate code for this thing in here? Well, the code that it's generating is this parse function, which is actually going to parse the arguments into your structure. So this is going to take whatever arguments are given to your application, and it's going to parse them into your structure. So let's try calling that. So we can call, you don't have to call it the first thing. Let CLI equals, now this is going to be capital CLI because it is the actual struct, or whatever you called your structure, that derived parser. And we're going to do parse. You can see your editor should already know that this is a function because it has the derive parser from it. Cool. Now, if you guys haven't realized at this point, there are some things here. First, everything is immutable by default. I didn't go over these basics, but if we say let x equals 5, and then we say x equals 6, it's going to get very fussy. Cannot assign twice to immutable variable x. Very fussy. Does not like it. You have to tell it that can be mutable. Now we can reassign it. The other thing that maybe I should have, that was not undoing. One second. Undo. Vim motions have spoiled me. All right. So the other thing that maybe I should have talked about here, that this is how we assign and create new variables with this let keyword and mute. And Rust is a statically typed language, which means that this language, this is an integer. It's an i32. But it doesn't mean that it can't figure that out. And it does a really good job of figuring out that this is an i32. And if we, and this is really generally a good thing. Sometimes it cannot figure it out. It cannot figure out what x is supposed to be. And so what you need to do then is like the full notation And let's say we wanted this to be an I64 for whatever reason, and it couldn't figure out that it needed to be an I64. This is how you would tell what type it is. So if you want this to be an I64, not an I32, and it can't tell that it needs to be an I32, this is going to be the way to do it. Now, again, most of the time, it can tell. So right now, it knows that it's an I64 because we told it. But check this out. Check this out. And this is really important to understand and get familiar with. It's an I32, right? I32. But what if we made a function? Needs I64. That takes an I64. So we talked about writing these. So I write this function, and I know that this isn't super useful, but it shows you how a function would look. If this function took age as an I64, just like this, and we'll just print. We'll do another print line of your age. Let's do age, just like this. Let's see. We should just we'll do this. We'll do this for right now. Not that. All right. So if we do this, and then we pass, we see that X is currently an I32, and then we pass this into needs a 64. So we're just going to call a function with X as our age. Now watch this. I is 64. Like I said, Rust is really good about understanding what type this is. This is not a dynamically typed language. I just want to be clear. This is statically typed. This is an I64 right now. And if we tried to use it in a place where we need an I32, it would cause problems. But what it's trying to do here is statically assigning it at compile time to the right type. No, we didn't actually use age here. Okay. So this is just very much a basic function. If you've never written a basic function, this is how you write a basic comment. Basic function. And we can run this. Your age is 5. We've printed out the structure. Everything's working pretty well. Okay, but we still don't have our CLI commands. And I know we're getting there, and we're just covering this. We're almost done for today. One of the unique things I found in Rust is that you can also do let x equals hello afterwards. Yeah, we're not going to get into that, Sergeant Pepper. That's maybe unique. Maybe you shouldn't do it. But you're assigning a new variable. So because it was brought up in class, we'll talk about it. You're assigning a new variable here. Let x. See how I did let x here? Instead of doing x equals 6, which again, it's not mutable, so it's going to complain about. Cannot mutate this. If I did x equals Merrick, you're going to also see that it will complain about this as well, because it will say mismatched types, expected an integer, found a string. Now, if you do this, this is a little different because you're actually making a new variable x that is of a type stir. Now, obviously, it doesn't work anymore because we have a mismatched type. Again, strongly typed. It is strongly typed. If it thinks that this is a stir, which it does now, yes, it will. But this is because you're making a new type x. You're not assigning to it, you're making a new one. If you were tried to assign to it, you'd get a mismatched type. So again, strongly typed, but it will derive that information itself if it can. And if it can't, you can always do this, I64. And now you've you've defined it right here. I don't recommend doing this. Let Rust do its thing. Only do that if you need to. All right. Now we have the CLI options here. Let's print out what CLI options we've given it. So, here we say that we have one thing, an optional of name. So let's print out the name, whatever we're getting. How do we get that? Let's check out the Rust documentation here. So in the quick start, we can see that they call parse and they get this CLI, and they do this if let statement. This is something that's going to be super powerful and is something you're going to use quite a bit. So let's copy this and do that. Let's do that. So it's if let. So let is assignment, like we've talked about here, and if is an if statement, just like pretty much any other language. So this is a way to assign something if something is true. And so we're saying here, if let sum is a keyword, and we're saying basically if there is some value there. This is how Rust gets around having nulls. Is the CLI's name is an option type, and we're saying because it's optional, we've got to check if it's actually there. So there is no null. This option is always an actual thing, but its value can be some or none. And so that's what we're checking. We're checking the CLI and we're checking the name. So we're saying sum is equal to CLI dot name. And we're doing it without the ref really quickly. And then, let's just print our name in here. We'll print, we're doing a lot of print statements right now. We will print our name just to get it out. So let's do our name. And then we'll just print, we got to do our curly braces in here. All right. So looks good. Let's run this. Now you'll notice our name didn't print. Well, in Visual Studio Code, we're not passing arguments, but we can do that really easily on the command line if we'd like. So in here, we can do cargo run, and this will run. Again, we're not passing anything. So that means, flipping around. That means this sum is actually always none. So actually, let's do else statement here. Let's do else. We're not going to do else if, we're just literally doing else. We're going to print another thing here just so that we see what's happening. No name passed in. Okay. This seems reasonable. We want to understand what's happening. Okay, so let's go ahead and check this now. And we should get no name passed in. Absolutely. So this is your standard if-else statement, and we're putting a let in there. You don't need to let. You can do just a standard if-else statement. Unlike some languages, if statements don't require this, they don't require these parameters around them, parentheses around them. So you can just do whatever it is straight here. Now the scope of the if does need the curly braces. So you do need those. Okay, so we're not passing in a name. Let's actually pass in a name now. Let's pass in a name. Let's do cargo run. And here you can do the doubles. And now you can do name equals Bob. Wait, I did just do, unexpected argument name. Did I, 1 second. Oh, I know what I did wrong. Check out this. Let's see. Command. Let's do this. Does help work? Help should work, right? Yeah. I think I missed something. Yeah. I missed. You don't need to do this, right? It will automatically generate the arg for you. Oh, this is sorry. 100%. I'm super wrong. This is just name right here. Bob. Done. Our name is Bob. I didn't make it an argument. This was my bad. My bad. So we can make an argument or we can make it a name. Let's make it an argument really quickly. This was brain fart. Let's make it an argument really quickly. And we can see what that will look like because I wanted to show you how an argument looked. We don't want this. Yeah. And we need this right here. There we go. And this is another macro that is going to generate stuff for this. And one of the cool things is when you do this, help should give you that name is an argument. Now, we said to have short and long of the name, which means Clap is going to generate this stuff out for you. We didn't have to do anything for our help. It was just there. So now if we run without giving anything, no name passed in. And if we want to set a name, we actually have to pass in the flag name equals Bob. There you go. I'm sorry, I missed some in class. Sergeant Pepper was talking about shadowing a variable. I wouldn't suggest doing it. You can do it. Some languages disallow it. You can reuse a variable basically for something else. I don't generally do it, but you can. So that's something to know about. Clap is really nice. And one of the things that I'm trying to do is also get you familiar. One thing that's very difficult when you get into a language is knowing the ecosystem. And so part of this is a practical, let's learn the ecosystem while we're doing it. Now, Clap isn't the only command line one. It's one that I'm most familiar with and generally has always fit my needs, but there are other ones out there. It's just a pretty nice one in my opinion. Again, there's other ones out there that you can use. Absolutely. All right. So yeah, this is basically, again, we're using some macros. Modprog, it's really nice to see you. Togglebit is becoming the Loki of Rust streamers. If you are learning Rust, there's a streamer out there. Let me give him a shout out. There's Togglebit. Go join Togglebit. Follow him. He is a Rust streamer. He writes a bunch of Rust. Yeah. All right. So I guess there's ads. There's ads. While ads are going, for those of you, let's walk through filling this out. Let's put in VS Code setup. I'll find a link for the right, it's the Rust Analyzer package. Let's actually just get the link to it. Let's get this. And I'll put a placeholder here for, I will find a good one, or I will make a good Rust for NVim. Okay. So packages, and then let's see. Let's there we go. Error lens, very useful. What is error lens? Oh, that's kind of cool. Instead of just a little squiggly. Now, I'm always a little cautious of installing stuff from people I don't know. Not that this publisher isn't amazing. I don't know this publisher. I don't know. I'm a little hesitant. Could be fantastic. Could be fantastic. It looks nice. It looks nice. All right. So does everybody have somewhat of this? Now, this is, you know what? We should have actually just started writing out the things that we were going to do, because why we are using Clap is we want to start a REST or a HTTP server. To start an HTTP server, where do you want to bind to? What port do you want to use? So, you know, let's actually, we'll start that on next week. So next week, we'll start doing that. Next week, we'll actually create an HTTP server. That's all we need to do at this point. We're going to create an HTTP server and listen to an endpoint, and then we're going to curl that endpoint just to validate that it's there and it's serving stuff. So that's what we're going to do next week. Is everybody here, though? Everybody here? I haven't actually used VS Code for a while. I've been using Vim. I'm probably going to continue here in Vim just because I've been trying to learn it. But I'll switch to VS Code if people want or are confused or need help with that. Yeah. Okay. So everybody up and going with what we have? Do we have any covers? Blah. Questions? Any questions? Yeah, Sergeant Pepper, I've been loving using NeoVim, but I also know that there's a lot of people that might want to take this and use something like this. And so I want to do whatever is simplest for them. And I want to make sure that that's supported for them. Instead of saying, hey, first take 3 months to learn NeoVim, then come back and take my Rust class. So a lot of this won't be part of that. Just today we covered setting it up for VS Code. Just so that they would have the basics so that they could get started. In the future, I'll probably use NeoVim unless if you guys ask specifically for something in VS Code. Just because, like I said, I've been learning it. Right now, I keep screwing up and doing the key combos in it, but Vim motions. Basic. We covered basic syntax. And importing. We talked about basic package management. Okay. One thing that I'll try to do, if you guys remind me, it's an open source repo. We're going to commit all of this, what we have here, to the Git repo. And actually, let me post the Git repo. What I'd like to probably do is each one of these is to actually post the link of the video that it's at. So, actually in here, post the YouTube video where it's at that covers this information. Whether it hits my main one or the null bytes, that would be really good. Let's do this right here. Just in case somebody finds this, and we'll just put a to-do here. Okay. We'll just put a to-do here. Okay. So the reason I didn't cover NeoVim is NeoVim's this interesting thing where the people that use NeoVim want it to be custom to them anyways. And so for me, it's a little strange because I can show you some of the things, but most of the time, do you use Lazy? I'm using Lazy as my NeoVim package manager. If you're not, half the stuff is going to be, 3/4 of the stuff is going to be different. Do you use Tree Sitter? All of these things are the things that I don't know, and it gets a little bit weird. I can show you guys how mine is set up. Mine's not the best though. There's probably better. I've been learning, so mine is kind of just a learner's set. So yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna find what I'm going to do is I'm going to find a good Rust for NeoVim tutorial, and I'll post the link in here. I have a to-do. One cool thing is there's actually plugins that you can get for this, and one of them is a to-do one, which I actually absolutely love because basically it collects all of these to-dos and posts them in a file for you. So you can go and find all of your to-dos and where they are. So when I'm putting them in here, basically what I'll do is I'll go in here into plugins and get the to-do plugin. Where is the to-do plugin? Where's the plugin? Community plugins, browse, and then to-do. I forget which one I use in the other one. I'll have to find which one, but so this is what we'll do. That way we can leave some to-dos. I'll have to find in my other vault. I didn't realize plugins were vault specific. But this should allow me to pretty easily come through and clean these up. Okay. Now, that being said, I took too long. I know I got started late. We're just going to start the Kubernetes one tomorrow or next Saturday. We're just going to start the Kubernetes one. We can talk a little bit about it. We can kind of start setting it up like we did this one. Thank you so much for the follow. I moved where it was. Thank you, Russell, for that, so that it shouldn't cover the code and stuff for the command line if there is a follow. And thank you so much, ICS Boxy, for the subscription. Thank you so much. I appreciate it a lot. Okay, so for the Kubernetes one, we're going to do that next week. I ran out of time this week. I have like another half hour, but that's not enough time to get into it. I'm going to try to keep these to half an hour. Like I said, next week, all we're going to do is set up the REST HTTP. We're going to make a call, and that's going to be it. And we're going to just use curl. And then the next week, we're going to make, we're just going to add on to that little piece by piece. Maybe we need an hour. We might need an hour. Maybe we'll make them an hour. So for Kubernetes, we're actually going to start by installing a local cluster using a project called Kind. We can start talking about this. I actually love the time that we spent talking about what we were going to cover, because it's actually really interesting getting your guys' perspective of it. So, we did that a little bit here, some of the objectives. We also made the Rust 101, which we can start here with a new note in here. So this is Kubernetes 101. And what are our goals? What are our goals? Let's I liked how I laid this out. I'm just going to copy this and update it here. So our goals here is learn practical Kubernetes. All right. So a working deployment is kind like Minikube. Yes, kind is like Minikube. Yep. Kind I find a lot faster and easier, but Minikube is just fine. A working deployment with two services that talk that are networked together and exposed. The Kubernetes 101 class, I expect to actually be pretty short. I'm thinking like maybe only 5 or 6 weekends. And then I think we'll go to like Kubernetes like 121 and get a little bit more advanced, maybe a little bit quicker than we do with Rust. I don't like K3S. I can talk about why I don't like K3S. We already have K9S. We use it on stream all the time. And we use kubectl. We'll go over the tools and stuff. So actually, that's actually pretty good. So no. Actually, ICS Boxy, that's actually a really good call out, because we're talking about what we want to learn. So let's talk about some tools we want to cover as well. Learn about these tools as a high-level overview. So kubectl is one. kubectl is a must. But K9S is right along there as well. Let's see. Part of our goal here is to deploy a REST app accessible outside cluster using node port. Understand labels. Understand and use labels. And use labels. Leverage the scheduler. Taints tolerations. What? All right. REST app accessible. So what I want to do is like do a very basic REST application and expose it with a node port. That will be like step one. And then what I'd like to do is deploy second app that talks to first app. And I want to use labels and taints and tolerations to make sure that it doesn't run on the same application or the same node that the first REST application. I know that that's like just a weird thing. Like there's no reason for those to not be on the same node, but it's for the learning experience again, to learn that. Deployment versus pod. Oh, that's a good one. Okay, so deployment versus pod. Yes, config maps. We were going to use config maps for these. So yeah, let's do like sub should be configured using a config map. Should use secrets. But we should talk about how secrets aren't really secure in their base form. I don't want to go into actually having to do secure secrets because that's like cloud dependent and tool dependent. Talk about secure secrets. But I do want to let them know that the base secret in Kubernetes is just base 64 encoded. Let's see. Services exposed via node port service. Yeah. Okay. Generally what we're doing is what we want to do, and then like some of the key things that we want to achieve in that is the idea. So this deploy second app that talks to first, I wanted to do this for DNS specifically. DNS, just how the applications can resolve each other. So that is going to be later. Yeah, node port versus cluster IP, absolutely. So this one's going to have cluster IP. So this one's not going to be exposed outside the cluster, is the idea. Is like this one can call this one to get information, but it's just going to be cluster IP. Was the idea. Just to like kind of, yeah. The ideas around this one was to show inner. The other thing is like namespaces. I don't know. I was thinking we'd deploy them in a separate namespace to show that. I've only really thought through the first part a whole bunch. Separate namespace. Service objects and Kate's host names. Solid maybe. Is that in Kubernetes 101 like a practical? Maybe. Like if so, that's later down, I think. I could be wrong. If it is, I'm feeling like it's down here somewhere after we get past taints and tolerations. So what I was thinking here is like make second app not run on the same node as first app. You know, at first they'll just run on wherever the scheduler likes. We'll start using labels. I know that you'll use labels up here, but that will just be like, they're not really thinking about it. They won't be thinking about, oh, this is a label and this is how we're routing from the service. How the service is finding the app is because of this app label. They're not going to be thinking of that. Or, I mean, they might, but we're going to understand labels even more. Then we're going to follow into taints and tolerations. Evil Daddy TSS. We should wait for topics around like cluster deployment. So future things. We can type this out. I say future. You know, I'm thinking about doing like this Kubernetes 101 and the Rust 101 like once a year. We'll see. But I'm also thinking about like if this is well boxed into a 101 type of class that I can offer for people. I'd also like to offer like a 121 and a 201 and some other classes that are, I did this naming because I didn't have a better name. 101 is pretty synonymous, but we can have ones like Kubernetes networking. That's just about networking, that just dives into networking, where we do a practical networking and we do it on different clouds and how load balancers work in those clouds. And good point. And that should be in here. Let's exec into this pod. That's a fantastic point. Using kubectl to exec into pod. We should break down very simply deployment versus replica set and pod. Even if it's just maybe a little theory. I'm trying to keep it less theory and more practical. That's the idea. Like actually do this alongside me. Again, hopefully people will have their local clusters able to do it. Logging. I don't think logging is a basic thing. The pod logs, but if you're talking about collecting logs, that's a whole rabbit hole. I feel like that's another future topic. Logging. Persistent volumes is not. Yeah, let's stay stateless. I'm agreeing with that. Like again, these are great future things. Stateful workloads. That's a great future. And I don't want to miss it because it's really good. Logging, doing logging is actually a lot of stuff. Now, if you're talking about execing into the pods, I think this is a great time to like use K9s to view logs. Okay, yeah. Let's do K9s and kubectl to view logs. Okay. Yeah. No, that's a really good thing to call out. Really good thing to call out. And the execing into it is also really good to see what's going on. should we talk about building our container here a little bit? I don't know. It's not really about containers. I feel like it's supposed to be about Kubernetes. I kind of want to avoid the container part if I can. Observability is another great future one. So what I'm saying with these future ones is not that they're bad. I want to get the basics under, and then we can like take one of these and be like, all right, let's implement real logging for this. Let's do like a full logging stack on Kubernetes. 100% love it. But if we're talking about 101, I want to keep it really, really simple. I want to keep it where they get something deployed. I was thinking like, wouldn't it be cool? Wouldn't it be cool at the end of this if they had, and this would require them to actually deploy to a public cloud. But I was thinking the really cool thing would be to deploy their web resume via Kubernetes in a public cloud. Like the end thing was like they have their resume. There's some things that you can. There's some like open source projects for your resume to like be a thing, and if they actually hosted it in one of the public clouds, as the end, end goal here. I don't know. For the majority of the class, it's all local, so that they don't have to spend money. But I thought that this would be like a cool thing where we could talk about the load balancers and some of the other stuff that's maybe a little bit specific to, we could even do like ingress if we wanted to get a little bit fancy, like really, really simple ingress. But those are things that are a little bit easier to do there. I don't know. This was a thought. I don't know. Right. If we did this, we could do like cert manager, and we could do like TLS certificates for your thing. Like you could get your own domain with a TLS certificate from Let's Encrypt and stuff. Like, I don't know. I don't know if this is like maybe not the 101, and maybe this is like the next one. Like, is this, maybe we should keep it more simple? I don't know. Yeah, Cypher. I'm wondering if it's growing the scope just a little too much. I want to do these things, and this doesn't mean that when we're done with this class, we do no more and we do no more advanced things. I want to make sure that we have a clean cut scope of what the first thing is. We get that done, and then we can move on to whatever is most interesting or people need most help with. Yeah. So okay, this is. I'm gonna delete that. I'm actually kind of glad we have a little bit more time to think about this one. There's open tracing. We'll put tracing down here. Observability tracing, I think, is yeah. I'm you know what? Actually, now that I'm writing this here, this is actually just going to go here as well. Logging, observability, tracing, these are all we could do a class on those. Tracing in Rust 101. That's actually not bad. That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea. Let's add that to our objectives. Yes. Good call. Thank you, Cypher. That was a really good call out. Okay. I am trying to, again, we'll try to keep scope down. Doesn't mean they're not good ideas, though. And that's why I am keeping a future list here for these things. So do not hesitate. What did I just press? Okay. Wait. What did I delete? It wasn't observability and tracing. What did I delete? What did I don't think I can undo now. Oh, stateful workloads. Whew. I don't know. I don't know what I deleted. I deleted it. Anyway, stateful workloads. Stable workloads logging. You know, one thing that we could do is operators, CRDs, operators. That's another maybe advanced topic. Stateful. Ingress is maybe, I said Kubernetes networking. Does that cover ingress and like service mesh? And I think it does. It also covers like CNI stuff as well. This is probably a big one. We're going to put like CNI, ingress, service mesh, network policies, pain and suffer. All right. Is Rust better than JavaScript? I mean, it's all dependent on what you're asking. It's all depending on what you're asking. If you're wanting to get a job, I would learn JavaScript. And I have a key here just when talking about script. Like, that's how much I hate it. Script. Like, but if you're wanting to get a job, if you're trying to expand, the ability to write JavaScript is much more useful to companies, in most companies, than Rust. Now, there are jobs. Cloudflare is using JavaScript or is using Rust. Microsoft and Amazon are starting to use Rust as well. So it's becoming more prevalent as companies are looking to be safer, more secure, and whatnot. If you're asking from a technical, Rust is a better language. Its type system is better. Its concurrency is better. It's just better all around. That doesn't mean it's as easy to get a job in. Right, Cypher. I'm 100% on the Rust is the future. Absolutely. And you see languages adding. Even C++ now has talks on how they can make C++ more like Rust in a non-backwards breaking compatibility way, which is a weird part. But anyways, it doesn't matter. So Rust and Rust-like things, I do believe, are the future. But are you wanting to get a job tomorrow or in 5 years? I don't know. You might want to mention all the various. Do we want to do like I could spin up a cheap cluster in the clouds and do like K8s on the cloud? Or Dutch, are you talking about in the practical Kubernetes, like just doing a section on it, maybe? I don't know if you can get a free cluster. You might be able to. Free or very cheap. Like, I know on DigitalOcean you can get one for $5 a month. Like, that's fine. I can spend that for the class. Like, you know, like it's if it's cheap enough, it's cheap enough. You get a free cluster, not the right. You have to have a node in the cluster, or else, like, what are you doing? The control plane is free. What is the OS? This is Arch. Please, would we use anything but the best here? This is Arch. You can use whatever you like, though. I'm teasing about it being the best. Use whatever you like. Arch Linux. Yeah. Arch, by the way. Now, you can follow along on Visual Studio Code. We covered Visual Studio Code. If you're following along with these, I will probably be using NeoVim because that's what I've been learning for the last little bit. So I'll probably be using NeoVim. But really, the OS shouldn't matter. With whatever you're doing. For Kubernetes, I'm actually ready to boot into Windows just to show people how to get a local environment set up next week on Windows, and then we'll switch to Linux and do the rest on Linux because that's what I'm most comfortable with. So we're just going to do it there. But I will show next week how to get up and going with Kubernetes on Windows. I don't have a Mac machine readily available to show. I could maybe, if people really are having problems, I could borrow, my wife has a Mac. I could probably borrow it. Let me know. I'm a working professional. That's what we're doing here. ICS Boxy, thank you so much. That's amazing. Everybody in chat, give ICS Boxy some love because they are now letting you watch ad-free. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That's all amazing. Okay, so 1 second. There was one thing. Still wondering about port forwarding to show that you can still curl your app that's exposed as an IP cluster IP. Oh, instead of the node port. Let's do that. That's actually a good thing. Let's do kubectl port forwarding. Because it's useful. It's useful. That's a good call. That's a good call. That's a good one. Dutch, you're still paying for the Oxide rack. You're still paying for the Oxide rack. If I could make it where even if you subscribed, you got ads, I would so do it. No, I'm just teasing. If I could turn off ads, I would. Especially during this. No, the kubectl port forwarding is really good. Is there other things? I'm trying to think. The other thing that I want to show is creating stuff. So, you can like create the new thing. So I want to show that. So I want to use create to create local manifest files for people, because that's more like if you're trying to pass one of those certs you need. kubectl. Let's do kubectl, and then let's do kubectl port forward create local manifests. There we go. No, I have that up here. Right? Don't I? Yeah, via node port service. I have that up here. The Kubernetes networking was going into like real networking, not like exposing the basic things. Here in the basics here, we have, we also have this is going to be a cluster IP. This is going to be a node port IP. I wasn't doing load balancer because I didn't want them to have to pay for the cloud. Because locally, if I said that you had to have a load balancer, you'd have to have MetalLB. You have to install MetalLB. You have to configure MetalLB. You have to. I didn't want to do that. Now maybe we talk about MetalLB a little bit. Yeah, ICS Boxy. I actually use MetalLB for the local null cloud. So like, it works really, really well because we get to just spin up everything as like we were on a cloud, and it's fantastic. What do you mean? I mean, we run a cluster that's almost viewable by the end of today. It will probably be viewable because we got dynamic DNS working. So basically, at this point, I need to go into my router settings, which I don't want to do live because I don't want to leak something in that. But I need to go actually into my firewall and put a route through the firewall. But if we go into the context here, let's see. No. And we go into our K0 cluster. Can we do namespace? Can we do all namespaces? I think, one second, no, that's actually let's see. Let's actually go to let's go to services. And then we just need all namespaces, which would be 0. Okay, so yeah. So in here, we can see that we have external IP addresses in the null cloud. And this is actually what needs to be port forwarded, is that we need to port forward our Istio, this one, through our firewall. But we use load balancers, which is pretty cool. The Twitch alerts that are happening that you guys saw happens through this load balancer. So this is where that web is being served on our local Kubernetes cluster. Dynamic routing this is another way to do it. Yeah. OpenShift. We're not using OpenShift. I'm sorry. OpenShift is not on here. Let's see. Local is. So let's see topics, local Kubernetes clusters. And we're using let's see. I'm going to be doing it with kind. Install kind and create cluster. I will cover other options. Minikube. There's the microcates, etc. I will cover those, but I'm not going to go over each one of those install steps. We're just going to install with kind kind on mine. Dutch, do you like Rancher's GKE support? Do you like their GKE support? Do you? I wrote that. I wrote their GKE support. There you go. I'm just talking about Rancher's support of GKE is amazing, right? Dang it, Cypher. That hurts my soul. I'm not talking about GKE itself. I'm just talking about Rancher's support of it. That hurts. That hurts. All right. That was a long time ago. I'm sure it's much better now. The colleague that took it over when I left, she was much better at software engineering than me. So I'm sure that whatever it is today is 1,000 times better than it was when I wrote it. K3S. K3S is weird. K3S is weird. I don't know if I have the time to do this rant today, right now. I can do it, though. K3S is weird to me. Every single time I try to get into K3S, it's weird. It's not really a local Kubernetes cluster, but it's not really a production Kubernetes cluster either. So this is what always gets weird to me, is because if you try to run K3S locally, it screws up your host because it actually updates your host to run K3S. And I don't really like that. I don't want it to screw up my host. I want it to be fully containerized. So then we can talk about using K3D, but then I don't really understand the reason to use K3D over K3S. So if I'm looking for a pure local that doesn't screw up my host, K3S isn't it. If I'm using K3D, it's not nearly as convenient as Kind or Minikube or any of those. Now, if I'm looking for a production server, K3S also doesn't strike me as a great production server because it's supported by not a high availability backend. So you have a single node as the control plane. I don't know. It feels weird to me. Like, when would you use it? When is it? In what case is it the best? And I'm not sitting here saying that it's bad. I just struggle to find, I feel like maybe something like a CI or maybe an IoT, but so for me, I don't run Kubernetes on the edge. I think that that's kind of probably an anti-pattern. If you're doing microservices on the edge, is it really the edge? Is it really the right place for them? I don't know about that either. So I don't know. I don't don't get me wrong. If you guys like it and actually use it in a place where it really solves a problem, please let me know. I would love it. This is not me sitting here hating on it. This is me just explaining my thought process to you guys. I don't know when K3S is the right tool. It seems to be in this middle ground, but to me, it's a weird middle ground that I haven't had the need for. If you're doing a little VM or you have a little node, like a single machine node that you want to run Kubernetes, it's probably amazing, actually. Actually, that's maybe what I would say is if your home system is a single machine, it's probably amazing. Or two machines and you want them to both be running stuff, K3s is maybe amazing for that. That might be a good one. That's not what I'm doing, but that could be a really good. Like I said, maybe Edge if you're doing it on the Edge, which your home setup would be Edge. Anyways, yeah, that's my general thought on it. All right. I need to get going. It is almost 3. I think we have a good list here. I'm going to let me actually commit this. I said I would commit it after. I'll commit it now. I'm going to fill out a little bit more. It's on the web. It will be on the Git repo. So you guys can make pull requests to it. Like if there's like ideas or something or whatnot. I'm not really looking for assistance. But if you see typos or whatnot, like policies, you know, it's there. Thank you so much for following. So yeah, and we'll work on this next week, and I'll update the date. That will be wait, this is the 16th, 16 plus 7 would be the 23rd. Yeah, 23rd. I second guessed it myself. Okay, and we'll cover those next week. Oh, interesting. All of the Obsidian stuff is in the vault. So, okay, cool. So anyways, I want to do all my live learning here. So I know that we do like system design stuff as well randomly in times. And so anytime we do any of those drawings and stuff, it's going to be in this repository. So you guys might want to bookmark it or whatnot. But it's going to all be there. And really, I really don't mind if you do want to help like clean it up or whatnot. If there's some stuff, feel free to make pull requests to it. If you're excited in that, again, not asking, just merely stating it's there. It's for your guys' good. In it, day, let's do 16. Yeah. Oh my gosh. New keyboard. All right. There's a plugin for Obsidian that can sync with GitHub automatically. Oh, interesting. I'll have to look. I haven't done it on a Git repo. I forgot to commit my Cloudflare token. You're right. How will we ever keep track of it? How? So another thing is like some of these things, Cypher, I want to do outside of the Kubernetes and whatnot, like the distributed systems. So as we're going, let's put in things for this. And I literally don't care if you want to pull the repo and add some stuff to this. Let's make a from zero to hero software engineering in 2024 stack. Like that's great with me. I only have so much time, but the more time I get, the more time I'll put into doing this, helping people out. So, that is the base. So that's where you can find all the repos. This is live learning. That's what it's called. That's a terrible name. It's a terrible name. My abilities to name things are pretty bad, considering that null is in the. You're lucky I didn't get it null live learning. Like, it could have been the null channel, null live learning. It could have been worse. It could have been worse. So, anyways, let me find somebody for us to raid. Let's see. It's like my claim to how you know I'm a real developer. I can't name stuff. You know what? I've been putting us on some Rust devs. Let me see who's online. All right, do you guys want to go to, let's see. Rob is just chatting. He's doing a sunset. Let's not go there. You guys want to go to Milky? He does Go. I know that would make Dutch excited. See you later, Cypher. Thanks for joining. Marketing is just sales with crayons. I thought you almost put American, like my name, but with the T, but you didn't. We'll go raid Milky. We'll go raid Milky. And then I don't see any of the big Rust people on. If I saw a Rust person, let me actually filter for Rust. Yeah, I don't see any Rust people that I can raid. So we'll just raid Milky. He does Go. I think he's working on a class right now. You type out crayons. All right, let's see. Raid. All right. Thank you, everyone, for joining. Thanks for helping make the classes better. And we'll get better as we go and figure some more things out. So anyways, thanks for joining. Hopefully see you guys later. And see you later. Have a fantastic week.